My name is Erica Lorraine Spencer, and I remain subject to state surveillance and terrorism by the state of California that is operating a malicious targeting system which is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices. And it is in violation of federal stalking statute 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsections 1 and 2. My website and podcast serve the public good by publishing evidence of the public entity's ceaseless engagement in a pattern of conduct intended to stalk and monitor via communication devices, surveil, harass, and terrorize an American citizen in concert with the people of the state of California. Documentation serves the lawful purposes of wide exposure, federal prosecution, and influencing federal legislation with policies specifically designed to punish, dismantle, and disincentivize an unprecedented targeting system by a public entity that acts in concert with the people of the state in order to criminally place under surveillance and terrorize an American citizen, which is a matter of public corruption in the state of California. See thepatternofconduct.wordpress.com. 8VPX 946. See license 6JCN 351. Student Transportation of America crossing path as well. It's 6:38 a.m. 7XAJ078 15488M2 71940Y2 5NOX 320 8WKG 599 7, I'll get to that one. 6YOD, well, you got that one. 6FLV338, I believe. 8XCU546. Menace break and suspension on Malcolm and Hope Boulevard, light activity. Meaning the property, which is an old broke down property, the lights are coming on and off. That's a control of electricity to create light activity. 3WPK668. And that's exactly what a demon is doing while at 6:30 in the morning, I walk down what is a back alley where you're talking about what is the entity stalking in order to touch with light, surround with light. And that's what that demon is doing. That is a picture of what is the perpetual sex offender. The same perpetual sex offender stalking by helicopter where directed light is covering the walls of the museum. The intent is to surround with light for our HK550 and terrorize while they're stalking by helicopters and stalking by the people. 7HCY019, 7LZK196, 8KKF194, 6KBH821, 6UFH924, 7JZF110, 6T42392, 8ULV417. Alrighty, license plate 6FQB902, group stalking in the Church's Chicken parking lot, aiming lights. This minion driving a school bus 1120728 is Ontario Montclair School District, stopping beside the Church's Chicken, creating light activity. This is P.O.C, they're monitoring together. It's 6:44 p.m. That is the demons at Emporia in between campus and what is Hope Boulevard. So on Emporia in between campus and Hope Boulevard in the parking lot of what is the Church's Chicken, you have what is the a minion that's stalking in the path using light. I go to document, you have immediately a minion that pulls up with a school bus, creating light activity. They are monitoring together. And the form is that minion is waiting to for a school bus to arrive at the church's parking lot. Let me be clear, a minion getting on the school bus, engaging in what is getting on that school bus, they are stalking in the path, surrounding and using that as a means of what is stalking and surrounding with light. All right, that's the significance of that school bus pulling up at the moment that I'm documenting the other third party who is indeed group stalking with light in the church's parking lot. Okay, on the side of the curb, inside of the parking lot of Church's Chicken. Excuse me, not a church. Church's Chicken. License 7RTB 440. The entity engaging in creating bus stops wherever it wanted, including around my vehicle where the entity was stalking, by the way, by helicopter, keeping the fake sun over me, creating bus stops around my vehicle as a means of those buses, creating light activity and loitering in relevant positions, sitting in the middle of the street, providing what is no form but monitoring, in other words, with the people of the state who were loitering around my vehicle, standing around outside. And you're talking about what is pulling out a child, and that's supposed to be there for, oh, well, you know, we're waiting for the bus to arrive. This is what you are assuming based on the way that they are engaging in the pattern of conduct. ABCW 432. It is stalking with light. It is simultaneous with what is my documentation of one third party, another one pulling up, which is the school bus. So I just want to be clear on that. It's 6:45 p.m. and there is no legal form. The government is monitoring, and I'm also showing what our demons who are monitoring together. 8MEJ 505, 6B 54579, and that is Ontario Montclair School District at what is 6:43 in the morning, pulling up at the Church's Chicken parking lot. 5HON 513. And again, pulling up at the Church's Chicken parking lot right where I'm standing, not necessarily connected at all whatsoever. At all. Okay? Just speaking to what is the ongoing conduct of the people of the state. 6FQB 902, 8VEP 382. Driving with their hazards on. Molesting 68649G2. 6AYN 944. 7ROZ 656. 5TMF 222. 6PAJ 422. 5JOS 184, 7NXJ 217, 8AUN 688, 7F 36659, 8PDG 261, CB73F46, that's paper, 7HTA 128, 7SQL 811, 8MTR 577, 5DEP 331, 6HZL 360, 8RNV 488, 6WGE 369, 97619K1, 6:47 p.m. Excuse me, 6:47 a.m. 3DHH 999. Seven SBT, I'm sorry, 7SDT 183. 5Z16272, 8JSZ178, 6UCT756, license 8VKS299, 88823J3, 5UHH989, 8D67620, 18171K3, 8FAJ802, 6DTW279. This is stalking. The people are maintaining presence, driving down Bonneville. It is currently 6:50 a.m. And that's what they're doing on what is the Side Street campus, where I documented the minion that's maintaining presence on the Church's Chicken parking lot in Ontario School District, 7WNG 771. They're maintaining presence on that street. That's the heavy buildup of traffic. That's how the people are engaged in stalking in plain sight. This is surveillance that's underway, and that's how you have what is a buildup of traffic. This is how you have what is the ongoing molestation with light, any side street, any alley. And you're talking about meeting in order for to maintain presence, and that's what the people of the state are doing at that back alley behind Holt Boulevard, where I was walking at 6:30 in the morning, in order to engage in ongoing presence. That's the intent. It is currently 6:51 a.m. Seven EZU 394. Seven KYR 580. License plate 8U58481, 8SYW523, 7XZD596, 7WHP097, 6PKW 063, I can't see those ones, 6VFY631, 5ZQR710. It's 6:53 a.m. This is Union Pacific at Mercy House. It's 6:55 a.m. And by at Mercy House, I mean using the train tracks, which abut the property of Mercy House at 45 South Bonneview, which is what Union Pacific does at the museum. It's amplified audible activity. It's massive facilitation. It is a means of what is stalking with audible activity. It's a means of also what is demonic as well, which is sensational activity, and that the train is not going to cause an earthquake in the building, nor is it causing an earthquake outside as I stand on the sidewalk. This is the conduct that the entity has engaged in, as I've documented it before. This is P.O.C, while Union Pacific is the train pacing on a train track, engaging in the facilitation of the very demons whose license plate I'm reading. They are driving around a relevant position, maintaining presence in relevant position at and around the property for purposes of monitoring with communication devices. It's 6:56 a.m. and that is amplification. Eight MPL 855. Again, this is demonic. You're literally applying a tape to the sound of what you are looking at, a train, and then applying what is, again, a demonic environment surrounding it, any sense of sensational activity and loud volume, which is serving monitoring, and it's entirely demonic. Okay, and the use of the train is serving that criminal purpose. That's what this use of this train track right here at this property is serving, the facilitation. And also the entity engaging what is the demonic use of creating vibration now on the sidewalk, which is, I took a picture of, that's impossible sensational activity. And it's also impossible that it creates an earthquake inside of the building of Mercy House as well. This is the entity that listens to me document and repeats that which is impossible to occur. It is currently 6:58 p.m. That's sensational activity, and that's nothing other than clearly impossible. Okay, it is 6:58 a.m. P.O.C. at Mercy House. The train, as I took a picture of it, is headed east behind the property of Mercy House. Alrighty, it's 6:59 a.m. I wanted you to listen to the duration of that creation of audible activity and sensational activity, where you can actually, I can perceive what is the shaking of the sidewalk. That's impossible audible activity, and impossible sensational activity. It's a method of, first of all, it's demonic, and second of all, it is demonic because it's impossible that you're going to have the sidewalk shaking around because you are looking at a train that's on the tracks. Secondly, the train is in use for the purpose of that activity creation. It's also not creating what I have documented before, shaking, vibrating inside of what is the venue of the Mercy House, okay? And again, that documentation was replete with the fake sun over the venue, repeated use of that train tracks with simultaneity to whatever it is that I'm doing, including while inside of the private space. That is the sex offender, that is Union Pacific, the people of the state, okay? The same exact conduct, the same sexually predatory and perverted and motivated conduct, engaging in what is the use of a train for that, and the impossible, audible, and sensational activity. It's currently 7 a.m. on the dot at 435 South Bondview. Alrighty, this is Mercy House denying the ability to use the laundry and shower services, and you're saying I need to resubmit every 3 months?
Mm-hmm. If you're not being active, yes.
If I haven't been active, for how long?
For 3 months.
If you haven't been active for 3 months, then you have to reapply in order to use the laundry services and the shower services.
Can you come back at 9 because I need to assist them with the shower?
Well, I'm here to use it, and you're telling me that I can't, so obviously I want to document why you're saying so. Okay. In case you guys are making up a policy again. I've had this problem with you guys before. So, what's your name? What is your name?
Cynthia.
Cynthia? Okay. You want to provide me a way to resubmit an application before you close me out?
You can come back at 9. That's when we open back for services.
Okay, so you don't have a paper application that you can give me?
Yes, I do. Do you want it right now?
That's what I'm asking for, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Cynthia's monitoring, opening up the property at 7:04, and this is the entity engaging in what is the policy that they're citing. You have to reapply you have to resubmit an application in order to be able to use their services, which is the laundry and shower services at this access center, and doing so while they are engaged in the pattern of conduct. I want to make sure that I point that out. Okay, so it is currently this is P.O.C, but I want to document everything that they're stating and the reasons why they are stating it while they are engaged in, as I stated before. As I documented at with Mercy House engaging in monitoring at Economy Inn, engaging in what is the extension of what is supposedly their housing services, their housing program, while they were not in compliance with their own housing program, and then ripping that program from underneath my feet, which resulted in the loss of the hotel room and over $100 in groceries at that Economy Inn venue where they were monitoring me in concert with Economy Inn, representing the people of the state. And remember, this is June of 2021, where the entity was keeping a fake sun over that property where Mercy House would come, as I documented them, and engaging in the pattern of conduct. Okay, so like I said, it's necessary to document not only their monitoring, you're talking about what is creating or citing any sort of policy where they are hostile, and also engaging in what is obstruction of justice while they know that they're being documented. All right, so you can cite whatever you want. They are monitoring. And they have been engaged in monitoring and engaging in what is the methods of what are harassment while they're not even in compliance with their own programs. They're using their programs as a means to monitor me. It is currently 7:07 a.m. She is bringing back a paper application now. Thank you. So you fill this out and bring it back to you guys?
Yeah, you can give it to me at 9 today, and then I'll submit it right away.
Okay, so the application that I gave you guys before, it was submitted, and you guys are, you don't keep it on file or something like that, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
The entity is flying over the access center. I'm sorry?
Yeah, we should keep it on file. There should be a copy of it on file.
So you do have the other one.
Yeah, we probably do. I would have to check your file.
That was that Ontario police gave to you guys, right? That was with the assistance of Officer Taylor.
Yeah, we would have to check your file for that.
No, that was the original one. So you're saying regardless of that.
You can come back at 9. I have to take care
Okay.
of it.
This is P.O.C. And what's your name again, Cynthia?
Cynthia.
Yeah, she's monitoring while the entity flies over the venue. It's 7:08 a.m. And while you see the other third party with the backpack on and the ponytail, she remains present at the gate while the entity flies over. While she goes back to get a paper application as I requested. It's currently 7:08 a.m. This is P.O.C. And what you're going to pay attention to again is the hovering by aircraft over Mercy House in the same way that it's hovering over the Ontario Town Square where I am at that property, as though a plane is taking off over that property. It's not. They are stalking by airplanes and helicopters, stalking by airplanes, hovering over the property, and then you're talking about what is amplified audible activity as though the plane is taking off. It is not engaged. These planes are not engaged in perpetual taking off from the Ontario airport over all of the what would be east of the Ontario airport, and also coincidentally over the property where I happen to be at. And so at this property, which is southeast of the Ontario Town Square, the entity is indeed hovering over this property with airplanes, and this is not new. I heavily documented Mercy House already. Okay, the entity engaging in patrolling by airplanes, which is the pattern of conduct. Everything that I'm describing to you yesterday about what the entity is doing at airplanes is already established as the P.O.C. Stalking by planes and helicopters, by the way. And the entity doing so while Cynthia is reciting a policy, while she is monitoring me. That is relevant to what is harassment, as she represents the people of the state engaging in what is a means to try to exclude. I am here to use the resources, citing that it's been a while. They brought me here to Mercy House on February 4th, 2022, where the fake sun was over me in the afternoon. Recall that? Where the fake sun remained. And you're talking about what is the entity engaging in, citing the fact that they're familiar with me, no need to renew some application that I'm already, applied with regard to their knowledge of who I am, but not just knowledge of who I am, the fact that I already had an application on file. So like I said, you have what is, all I'm speaking to is the entity creating policies, especially while I'm here early in the morning to use their services, and the intent to exclude me from the ability to do so. All right, this is P.O.C. All right, capturing Southwest Airlines flying over pursuant to the pattern of conduct, and doing so under, again, the same circumstances of what is the fake sun that's in alignment with me at the property of Mercy House. And this is the same property, Mercy House, where the fake sun is over my head while I'm on the grounds of the property at 1:02 p.m. That is not the sun. The entity is engaging in exceeding past the property 8BXP771, where I am at the museum, and the state is keeping the fake sun all day long over the Ontario Town Square, where it remains until the time of setting. The entity is maintaining at what is the time of 8TAT381. The entity is maintaining the time of the moments that I'm waking up in the morning. During this time, you're talking about daylight savings time, so you've added an hour. It's 7:13 a.m. When I'm getting up during the 6 o'clock hour, the entity is moving the light source, the fake sun, to keep in perfect alignment with me, like it is here at 435 South Bonneview, as I go from the museum, which is west of this location, where the entity keeps the fake sun, by the way, as I documented at 2 o'clock in the afternoon yesterday. That's where the state is keeping the fake sun. And by the way, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, less daylight savings time, that would be around the 1 o'clock in the afternoon, where the state had a fake sun, 5JFP134, where the state had a fake sun over me at this property of Mercy House, which is not occurring at the same time. You see it directly over my head, where the Ontario police are group stalking at the parking garage at the intersection of Transit and Lemon. The fake sun is right over my head at Mercy House at 435 South Bonneview on February 4th, 2022. Give or take, daylight savings time is nothing but an hour. You're talking about what is the maintenance of the light source over me, keeping it in, which is the P.O.C. And it's impossible with regard to what the entity is doing, keeping it over my head based on where I'm located at. Being at the museum in alignment with me and maintaining presence for the day is at no time going to be present over the Mercy House. It has exceeded that 7RNJ787. It has exceeded, meaning that property, it's not remaining stationary over that property, contrary to what I've already documented when I would remain at Mercy House for the duration of the day. Okay, so you're going to pay attention to what the Southwest Airlines is doing, and you're looking at the same exact template. This is the same environment where the entity is group stalking by helicopter as well. The ongoing presence of that specific environment, directed light, engineered light, and during the day it is appearing as what is a fake sun. And that fake sun is in alignment with me on the property of 435 South Bonneview That's stalking with light. And it is impossible to actually be the sun. The same property, the fake sun, is documented over my head at 1:02 in the afternoon. 10344W1, 8DEN 802. That would not be the actual sun that's in alignment with me during what is 6 o'clock in the morning. Take away daylight savings time. 6 o'clock in the morning, and then present over me at the property at 1:02 in the afternoon. And that's what I captured on video. 8A86696, and that's flying over that Southwest Airlines hovering again in engineered light. License 6FOW832, 828P17 Nevada, 7TJB034, BS55J10 paper, 8KYM550, 7UUL313, 3XHW562, 5UUB912, 09724P2. Again, the property of Mercy House, they are armed with surveillance cameras, and the entity engaging in what is changing employees. I want to make sure I highlight this and specify this. They are documented on cameras inside of that property. 5W40749, 6M43736. The arrival or the departure of any exchange of personnel that are inside of that venue, especially today, this morning upon my arrival. I want to be clear and make sure I document this as well. 02336C1. The entity, the minion driving what is the blue vehicle that's in the parking lot, and then upon arrival, that blue vehicle is gone. And you have what is at 7:04 a.m. Cynthia, who comes to the gate. Cynthia, never before doing what is the early morning laundry shower services. So I just want to point that out. License plate 10655M1. 6JXB 616. Crown lift trucks crossing path. And what you with regard to the environment and the documentation of what is a fake sun while Cynthia is monitoring, Cynthia is at Mercy House. This is Mercy House that is monitoring. And this is not new. Mercy House in Orange County was monitoring as well, which is documentation that I already have published. This is in 2018. 840P17 Nevada, crossing path again. The entity keeping what is a fake sun in alignment with me at the beginning of the day, as I have gone to before the quote-unquote sunrise. The fake sun is in alignment with me, not at the Ontario Museum, because that's exactly where it would be in alignment with me at the county building, which I would not be able to see from the parking lot. If it was touching what is abutting this building, that's 8 P.O.C 287, which I would not see. You're talking about what is being in alignment at Hope Boulevard in between Transit, 8 HDR 948. It is not a perfect line, and you're talking about what would be, I would not be able to see it from that property. 8 TWJ 752, 8H23, I can't really see that one. The entity is keeping a fake sun at what is quote unquote rising while I'm at what is Mercy House. The same property where I'm capturing the fake sun over my head again, let me remind you, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 1:40 in the afternoon, and the remaining over my head as I go to Hope Boulevard. The same venues where I documented the state's fake sun is over me at State Street and Bondview at 9:49 in the morning as I was documenting. This is an ongoing occurrence with what is not the actual sun. That's what Metrolink is intentionally engaging in. 27990U1 6MER008. Union Pacific and Metrolink are equally engaging in what is conduct that is facilitation, stalking using train tracks as a means of massive facilitation. Changing the logo from Union Pacific to Metrolink is equally criminal. It doesn't make it any more likely that you are using this train as anything other than facilitation in what is engineer light. I want to be clear, but Metrolink does not run a passenger train on this back property abutting Mercy House, or on the train tracks that are the same train tracks that abut the museum. Metrolink's train tracks running through Upland, that's the line that goes into Los Angeles to Union Pacific. License 8TBE918, license 8ZUN139, 6AUD891. And regardless of what is the creation or alteration of any sort of schedule or plans to use the train tracks, it is occurring under the fake sun, that scientific impossibility. 0983, hold on, 09838D3, the fake sun over me on this street as I documented at 9:49 a.m., reminding you about where I'm at in Upland at 9:49 a.m. and where I'm at on B&G Plaza 5WSX180. I am a plethora of places using that time as an example. P133EO, and you have what is this morning while I'm here before quote-unquote sunrise, the fake sun is rising over me. 4TTX133, while Southwest Airlines is hovering above, as they are hovering everywhere that I'm at under that same exact fake sun, which is not rising in alignment with the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. 6LME929. 6LME929. And there is no reconciling what is the scientific impossibility. Window cleaning, license 12244B3, 6HOJ799, 8TDH285 at the this street at 9:49 a.m., 8NIA689, license 9AHR004, I believe. Can I see that one? 8PUH439. Being over this street at what is 9:49 in the morning. Over my head at the property is the same Mercy House at 1:04 in the afternoon. This same street at 1:40 in the afternoon, while the entity is hovering in airplanes, and that is based on my presence at that time. CB65W10. 6DXY638. At no time is the actual sun present at that varying. That's a wide variance. 7VHS636, having nothing to do with the sun and maintaining that ongoing pattern of being in alignment with me, perfectly aligned over my head. And 7JRV696 and BRYARTC. And also the entity engaging in what is engineered light. You see what is the 5AGH382, the appearance of shadows of the tree that is across the street next to me. Okay? BW9606, that's Arizona, I believe. 8KHF667. And the minions that are, I'm reading their life space, they're just pacing back and forth. This is demonic activity. 72485K1, 7CZU489, 8TAH161. And Cynthia is inside monitoring with these demons who are patrolling. 6LHT891, 7EXC717, 7ALT182. The entity is, let me be clear, the light is indeed what is facing my back. The fake sun is in alignment with me. This is direct light that is being horizontally projected onto the wall of Medina's auto body. That's how you have the shadow of the tree that's next to me on this side of the street. That's impossible light activity. All right, Scrap Hauling Incorporated, 18347H3, 4N03647. 1567698, that's City of Ontario. (8KVV416). License plate 7GCK067, 8TSY868, X803LO, 8L12866, I believe. Can't really spell on that clothing. 8AKC600, 8MZK855, 6HPJ785, 8JGS665. And it's currently 7:27 a.m. I want to be clear, this is demonic activity, this is engineered light, these are the demon possessed who are patrolling in this light. They're stalking. 7FNS697, 1420056, City of Ontario, 6CAT290. That's what group stalking is, maintaining an environment. I'm showing you what is the purpose of that environment, and you also witness and understand that stalking conduct, this environment is entirely an impossible one to naturally occur. License 21826D3, and that's why you have what is the maintenance as I leave from the Ontario Museum and I go to what is 435 South Bonneview. License 7HTV336, 8EFF663. You are witnessing what is an impossibility. The light source is present, rising in the morning, where it's present over me in the afternoon. Leaving from the Ovid Family Community Library. Remember where I was at on February 4th, 2022. 6SOY924. 4YWY093. There is no reconciling. There is no way to, it's not coexisting, remaining over me on that morning where I started the day, coming from 630 North Fern, then going to B&G Plaza, then going to the Ovid Family Community Library. As a matter of documentation, the fake sun is over that venue. That's how I documented what was criminal summoning, as the fake sun is over the Ovid Family Community Library. Okay, and then it's remaining over while coming en route to this venue where the Ontario Fire Department and the Ontario Police are lining the street of Bonneview while the fake sun is remaining over me. 7LCX953, license 5SKB642, 7EOD597. It's remaining over me coming from the venue of Ovid Family Community Library. That is not present. That is no conduct of the sun either, being at that venue and then migrating backwards back toward the Mercy House. 6073279, 5RNY306. It is also not the sun that's going to be present rising in alignment with me at the same Mercy House where it's present over my head in the afternoon, where it's coming from another venue. Okay, so you're talking about, this is why you document, and you're seeing what is an impossible environment. This is a demonic environment, and the people of the state are stalkers as you see them maintaining presence in this engineered light. That's what their monitoring conduct is about. Cynthia's monitoring while she's citing a policy as to why I cannot use the showers and the laundry services. 8YOSO23. All right, and that's just a pattern that's relevant to what is harassment while the people of the state acting through such organizations such as Mercy House are engaged in state surveillance and terrorism. It is directly relevant while you're engaged in the P.O.C. It is currently 7:30 a.m. and that is what I'm capturing. Remember, 6:30 a.m. I'm at the property of the museum. There is no light source that's rising over the Mercy House in alignment with me. 9E28293. 7FOA448. The entity is keeping a fake sun, as I showed you, at 7:35 in the morning, starting the day over me at the venue of what is 630 North Fern, hovering over that house. It is not at any time in alignment with Mercy House. It is starting where I start, and the entity is keeping a fake sun over me as I document at 7:38 in the morning outside of 630 North Fern, where I'm sleeping in a vehicle, and the entity is covering the street with directed light, keeping a fake sun right over that vehicle, hovering over that venue. That's the P.O.C. 8KER419. It is in no way coexisting, and this is stalking with the fake sun. License 6TMM226, and that's a matter of already already published documentation. That is speaking to what is the prosecution of the people of the state acting via companies such as Southwest Airlines. I've already established the stalker that they are. 5DVY229, 6FRX679. License plate 3982172. That is Scrap Hauling Incorporated, California 434638. It is currently 7:31 a.m. License plate 6CYN835, 97627U2. These are demons that are pacing. 8B96611. BUO2W12 paper. 7FKV872. 7LUM872. 8NVE831. 5YUC874. 8RKV945. You're also going to recall the entity's engagement of what is keeping a fake sun over the economy in at this time of year last year. And you're also going to account for what is the change in time around this time last year as well. But you have what is 7TZT199, the entity engaging in rising a fake sun over me. And by rising, I mean the hotel room that I was in, keeping it over the pool. That was the rising of the fake sun there, and the setting of it over Euclid Avenue in alignment with what is the Driftwood Village Shopping Center in alignment, aiming directed light, sprawling it across into the parking lot, keeping the fake sun visible from my hotel room. 8FO4283. License 18AN. I can't really see the rest of that one. The actual sun is not present over the same property, over the same intersection in the morning, rising supposedly, and as I document on February 4th in the afternoon into the evening, going into Upland. 7FHG388. DRHURLY. EP09294. That's Bill and Wags. I already documented them, and they are engaged in the P.O.C. That's a specific form of harassment. That's the impermissible threat. They'll be going to federal prison. They also stole property while they're monitoring. License, it is currently 7:33 a.m. License 8TRL110. That is the conduct that the entity engages in, which is relevant to how the entity engages in what is harassment. You are stalking under the fake sun, and you are engaging in what is a specific form of harassment. License 5RXK760, the impermissible threat. While you are engaging in what is the pattern of conduct, you're monitoring the documentation, you're stalking. And that is what is revealed while you are also stalking as one who has already formerly violated the target individual in one way or another. This is the violator engaging in a specific intent to try to inflict harm, 67808H3. And that ability to know that is from the environment that they are present in. stalking in that environment. 1567698, and this is the entity engaging in that conduct. Their documented theft of property with Ontario PD 7DKW230, acting as the people of the state. And you're talking about what is an impermissible threat. While they have this is not the first time heavily documented. You're talking about what is the impermissible threat, long communicated. 6CDV476 by Bill and Wags, 7HUM593. License 7YHD720, and not changing the subject is 7:34 a.m. 6RDM715 8RHX043 8RNZ524 9AHR004. That's the license plate that I read before from Medina's ABLUVKS. Parked in front of what is Medina's auto body. Driving off his crossing path and coming back to the property. This is P.O.C. All right, Swift, night holding transportation holding license 3162335. Captured an image of that. License 5NEA236. Fake Sun is right over the Bondview, 435 South Bondview, 6BO6112, 6LJK244, 7TAN768. And as I was stating, which is a matter of common sense, you do not have any actual rising sun. This is the fake sun. This is the ongoing P.O.C. This is a demonic pattern of conduct where surveillance is underway in the state of California. And these are the demon-possessed that are maintaining presence, that is stalking in that environment while they are maintaining activity. That's what the train and the plane and the people of the state in their vehicles and coming outside of the venues are engaging in. BF26V99 paper. You do not have what is under any circumstances going to be the actual sun that is rising at the same property where it is present over me hours later during the 9 o'clock hour, 9:49 in the morning, or in the afternoon as I showed upon my arrival during what is 11 o'clock, during the 11 o'clock hour, present remaining over my head at 1:02 in the afternoon, 1:40 as I exit, remaining over me, and then that documentation as I'm showing you from this same block, this same street, this property, coming from this property going to the Upland Public Library. That was the whole purpose of what I documented, where I'm showing you the fake sun in the afternoon at that same freeway exit, where I'm there at 7:35 in the morning. Okay, that's not the case today, 7:36 in the morning. That would be 6:36 in the morning, accounting for daylight savings time, 49855K2. All right, that is the P.O.C. That is the pattern of conduct of what is, again, the stalking by the people of the state. And that pattern of conduct is underway at what is Mercy House, nothing but an organization, the ongoing criminal activity underway, 7GWW730. And that's why a fake sun is over the property at 7:37 a.m., which would be 6:37 a.m., but for daylight savings time. It is 7:41 a.m. 8BCX207. That's an old white woman, a demon, directed light occurring while she drives by. That's hostility by a demon. 7SHP438. License 8FRC180. City of Ontario, license 1624600. 8EVX315, 7FKV872. PRJNS02, 7YFW824, 6MYM896, 1610237, City of Ontario, 8AHF671. All of them molesting with directed light, just like you saw at 1:40 in the afternoon on February 4, 2022. 8EUU177, those demons getting exceedingly hostile, more and more directed light by demons driving school buses and their own vehicle, all of them, while Amazon Prime hovers by airplane, 71470Y1. And why was that? Because I got through showing you what is the fake sun over my head on the property as I stood outside of Mercy House and as I walked away from the Ontario Police. 5ZSX370, giving you an illustration, 8TSF609, of what is the presence of the fake sun on this same street as I walk away from OPD, who are demonstrating demon possession, who are engaged in surveillance in plain sight. And the fake sun remains over my head as I walk away from them. You see it over while I'm close to them, and it remains over my head as I walk far away from them. 50419V1, 6LBH375, license 4JKF562. That is on the same street where the fake sun is supposedly rising right now. 11027E1, 7ZUC 307, license 1687583. After I provided that illustration and video, these demons engaged in the same show of hostility. They are a defeated pack of demons, and they show hostility while they engage in, first of all, demonstrating that they're demons with directed light. Second of all, that they're stalkers in the path, 8HTU915, and that they're also monitoring the documentation, monitoring every word that I utter. And they engage in the same conduct of aiming directed light toward me after I showed that illustration of the fake sun remaining over me while the Ontario police were group stalking outside of Mercy House on February 4th, 2022. 6RML477, again, the same exact street location where I'm standing right now, where the fake sun is supposedly rising. Okay? Because that's not the sun. That's why I say supposedly. Not possibly. License plate. I can't see any license plate, but that's City of Ontario Municipalities, 8GYC093. This is what the entity does. This is what demons do. It is a show of hostility when, first of all, it's also their engagement. They're stalking with light, but demons show hostility while they engage in that conduct. All right, license 8HVP646, 6GPY765, 8FHE639, 92385R2. And 61397X1, 6TFM156, and this is exactly what they did as I showed that video on February 4th. A whole bunch of demons crossing path, 4MPS532, and the directed light is all over the place. As their conduct is already that of a psychopath. It's more maniacal as I capture more and more documentation, and that's when you see Amazon Prime hovers over the building in the opposite direction that Southwest Airlines was this morning. And then you have all of these demons that cross path touching with directed light. 8ERE370. License 78SL272. 4JKE445. A license 5GCD242. And it's 7:45 a.m. License 8FWR720. License 55629H3, I believe. 8NTR661, 6TLC685, 8VFH938, 7TZM261, 21554C3, 26307P2, license 5RJD845, 7GWX688, 8VAF965, 8YLR374. Where the entity is stalking in the path with directed light, they are doing so under what is a fake sun. This is what they're doing on Hope Boulevard, where the state is rising the fake sun over the museum. And the 150 East Hope Boulevard building, 8RJL097, 96914B2. 7ESV107, 8YLA270, 7DRK380, HGN4277, 5KQL881, 8SQA231, 7EOJ008, 7H50837. 6NWN821. 6JWC993. 6HOD182. 6DJU906. 8MGV319. 7JDJ055. 7BAH032. It's 7:48 a.m. 5WQZ408. 8WRS866. 8CSZ095. License plate C15062447. 7PWS 587. 8EOF 9, I can't really see the rest of that one. Ontario Montclair School District, license 1617543. 6M43736. That's a demon driving that school bus. 7PWU184. A demon driving a school bus that is stalking, engaged in surveillance. 7JUH430. License 4XSV994. And that's the entity hovering over 435 in the same location where the fake sun is over 435 South Bondview at 7:48 a.m. That is, remember, 6:48 a.m. But for daylight savings time. 8L87B33. That is, I can't see that right now. 6381V71, I believe. Looks like Frontier Airlines. Not taking off from the Ontario airport, hovering to engage in what is low elevation flying over, creating audible activity and crossing path. 8DCV601, 8FTK467. Monitoring, stalking, terrorizing, molesting with directed light with minors in that vehicle. Those are African Americans that fill that vehicle. License 6HPW694, 8ZPP298, 6XFT799. CB61T52 paper, 56333T2, 8TCM466, 8YET842, 8PCH703, 6LVL841, 8YHM887. Molesting with directed light. That's an old fat white man. That's a demon that is stalking in the path and engaging in terrorism and doing so on behalf of the people of the state. License 6RNA352. Right? Yeah. BU27B56 paper. 40395D3. 8WDG862. 8GLN228. I believe. Can't really see the rest of the end of the characters. It's 7:50 a.m. GREYSEA. License 8PVG946. License 7BRU140. 8PFV969. 4YEA163, 7HIN281, all of them molesting, including the family of Latinos with babies in the backseat, molesting and stalking, terrorizing with the government. License 86075E3, including their children in that, threatening them and another that they're monitoring. HVSUFUN, 8LHC503. AE04741, that's U-Haul, Arizona. 8TWD406, 8BXP771, 7DNB185, 8NKH457, 42903G2. City of Ontario, pacing back and forth, and Medina's auto body, minion touching with what is directed light while he opens the door across the street. All right, capturing an image of that. Medina's auto body is already documented. The state's fake sun is over me at 1:40 p.m. over that property. License 64068V1. That's a demon that opens that door. That's again at 424 and 422 Bondview in Ontario. License 74677 handicap. License 6E23041. 7KYS612. 8VEP382, 7UVA595, 4MWX123, 6ZEU412. It's 7:53 a.m. BVG076. This demon, license plate V497CO. License plates 7EWZ999. ASZH869. AS524 handicap. 8SMU246. 93894J3. 7VYR603. 8LZG719, 8SWZ958, 7VZD594, 7GCK840, 7GCK840, yeah, 8ZLT581, 8LOJ660, 7LSB320, 7LYY281, Lee and S.I.I.S Incorporated. That's a demon driving that commercial vehicle engaged in state surveillance, representing a company in doing so. 70HJ441. License 7NMS442. And it's currently 7:54 a.m. Seven YVZ665. Seven FPM 958. Swift Night Transportation Holdings, license plate 3107257. That's Indiana. U.S.0548283. The back license plate is P573290. 18255N2. 8JRT844. 78SL272. 4ZNT842. 8JSY357. 17553U1. That's Loomis. 8PEP230. And these are companies engaged in state surveillance. It is currently 7:56 a.m. GUATE. License BLX4413, Arizona. 7LXW172. 8XBJ771. 8UOV302. 8ZCY409. 7GPS375. 7VAC687. 8DKS551. The entity has already, like I said, the prosecution is already dead. This is the same property where the state was setting the fake sun. I literally have that complete documentation. There's no time of year where you would ever be able to capture the actual sun rising over a property and setting over a property in alignment with the same property. That is what I have documented while the state kept a fake sun over me while I would remain at the Mercy House, where these same demons, 8HCH515, built up in traffic for purposes of stalking, maintaining presence in that engineered light that was present at the end of the day, where the state kept a fake sun in alignment with me as I would leave the property, as I would walk up Bondview, where the state is engaging and acting as though the sun is rising in alignment at this property. By the way, maintaining stationary presence, 7KAM 732, because I'm not walking in any other direction. It's not the sun. All right, it's currently 7:57 a.m. and the entity has already documented with this fake sun at this property in the evening at the end of the day. 05406V2. This is documentation that already exists. 8SPZ457. 8NZE752. And when I documented it at that time, 5WJW003, I already stated then, welcome to the prosecution of the people of the state of California. That's what I stated then. 58876U1, 7BAH032, 8RTX518, 8GQM268, 7PHS765. It is 7:58 a.m. And by the way, that is Vitco Foods. I just read their license plate, but that's a company, Vitco Foods, crossing path. ANE 178. ZFN 738. And Cynthia of Mercy House remains in relevant position, monitoring with every single last one of these demons who are pacing around the property, coming to this very intersection in order to engage in stalking. She remains in relevant position, engaged in that criminal conduct, monitoring with communication device in violation of federal law. 7MHK 593. 594. She's monitoring with the companies who are crossing path, with the companies that are on the train tracks, with the companies that are flying over my head. License plate 6UUU 230. This is state surveillance. And I want to be clear, do not forget Cynthia's in Mercy House monitoring. 7JUW 865, just like she was in 2020 and 2021. 8839. I can't really see that one. 5HJN 335. License 7SLU 992. (91560H2). Empire Replacement Services. They're minions, and they're engaged in surveillance and terrorism, stalking. 6ZNG 764, 7R 77065, 8JOW 997. Seven NEP 653, and it's currently 8 a.m. 8GZZ 962. See. License 7GWX 668. License 6M4 3736, 6NAT 377. Capturing another video so you can see at 8 o'clock in the morning, which again, you're going to remain cognizant of daylight savings time, 7 o'clock in the morning, and I'm just referencing all of the documentation that I just gathered through the time frame of what is essentially November 7th until daylight savings time, which is the same time structure until we changed our clocks over yesterday. By changing them over, we just switched them forward an hour. All right, so I'm cognizant of that. I'm just making sure that I'm reminding you of that. 06481X1 DCMC 100. It is in no way 6XTG115. Hold on, let me get these license plates. 8Y61770. Camacho's Trucking Incorporation, license 64269K2 36-EN-5N. They're monitoring. It is in no way the daylight savings time, as I am being thorough with regard to documenting what is not possibly the sun daylight savings time or not. With regard to what is my use of literally the time that I'm capturing the documentation is the timestamp. It's the name of the title of my documentation. I'm not altering it. You're looking at the time. You're looking at what the entity is doing with the fake sun, where it's doing it at. 8UQG261, which again, that is speaking to what is mutually exclusive. It doesn't coexist. It's not occurring at the same time. It's also with regard to what is not possibly the sun based on the pure duration of time where the state is keeping a fake sun over me or over a property where I remain. 6JGE009, and that has been from literally the beginning of the day to the end of the day. License 8CLM947, 8X ZB152, UPS 56175H3, touching with directed light. License 5ZQR710. I think I read that one already. And that is UPS molesting on behalf of the people of the state. All right, driving underneath what is a fake sun, and that is a show of hostility by a company. That's just a demon driving a company vehicle. 7EDD597. And I want to be clear, subject to what is additional federal prosecution, 8HKK868, as the entity uses companies to engage in that sort of sexual violence and terrorism. 8MHS208, and UPS documented captured on video engaging in that same conduct already. So this is something that you've already seen. It's already published, and that's exactly what they engaged in. Again, on behalf of the people. Ricardo Perez being documented. YAIX628. Attorney Ricardo Perez, having no legal argument. LUVZIGY is present, acting as one entity together, molesting, terrorizing, and stalking with the government. 1407501. License 6PDZ091. 8ERF470, license 7BXR956, 1518712. That's Ontario Montclair School District, touching on the opposite side of the street in order to touch me with directed light while a fake sun is behind me. License plate 5529 29F, I believe, but I can't really see that one that clearly. It is currently 8:06 a.m. Seven PAK 458. Seven ZXM 006. 7SJP 025. Seven CJM 890. 22043E2. 6ZQW 865. 1518713. That's Ontario Montclair School District. Molesting with directed light. Terrorizing with directed light, moving across the signage and on the brick walls while that demon is driving that school bus, continuing down the street. Again, that terrorism is serving what is facilitation. That's a minion that's monitoring. License 8WEL833, 7ZZE535. It's 8:08 a.m. These are more minions of the Ontario School District. License 8LIU627. Ontario Montclair School District repeatedly crossing paths with demons who are driving on the street under the fake sun to engage in acts of terrorism and sexual violence. 1567698 and 8VEP382. This is what the people of the state are doing together in the aggregate. But I want to be clear, as you document, this is the conduct of demons, as you document, as you identify, for example, a particular, I could say Popeye's Chicken had a vehicle, all right? I'm just using them as an example, naming any sort of brand. You will have what are more and more demons identifying under that brand in order to cross path by you. This is how demons engage in it. So Ontario Montclair School District, and first of all, you're talking about what is also in this specific environment. They are indeed stalking. And they're doing it as you identify a particular identity. All right? License 09622G3, Scrap Hauling Incorporated. License 78HXY713. And you have what are their engagement in what is crossing path under what is the fake sun that's remaining at Mercy House. Okay, 8ZCY409, yes, they're stalking. And they were engaging in what is molestation with directed light while doing so. Okay, 49996W2. First of all, directed light is a supernatural occurrence. 7JUH430, in other words, a scientific impossibility. 1420057, these are demons. And these are stalkers who are demons, who are also touching with knowledge of the fact that they're being documented. And all of that is what is garnered from what is the presence of the fake sun that's over the Mercy House in the morning. At 8:11 in the morning, which is impossible with regard to what the state is doing at 8:11 in the morning, even absent daylight savings time. So let's say 7:11 in the morning, where I am at, where I've documented where I'm at, and it is nowhere near Mercy House. It's not coexisting with being over Mercy House. There's no question about the absence of the light source over Mercy House. It's directly over me, in alignment with me, where I am at 7:11 in the morning. So I want to be clear, Ontario Montclair School District, a sex offender, demons that are sex offenders driving those school buses, 8R64383, and monitoring the documentation and intentionally engaging in more of that conduct while they are monitoring the documentation. That is the pattern of conduct by the demon possessed, by the entity. That's what the entity was doing with helicopter. Okay, 8UFU827. This is what the Ontario Police Department engages in. It's entirely foolish. Okay, you're going to be prosecuted. That framework is already surrounding you, and you're talking about what is the conduct of the demon possessed who do not have any ability. You're dealing with Satan. Satan doesn't have any self-control. Satan does not exercise restraint. All right, Satan does not engage in what is foresight. Satan is a short-sighted, treacherous criminal who is focused on the now. And so you're talking about what is now and what is the absence of any You're talking about you are a stalker, you're engaging in demonic conduct, you're going to be prosecuted as a terrorist, and then you engage in more stalking, 5ZIV 516, and the only possible thing that you would be thinking behind that, not that it's the target individual's concern, but I'm just getting to what is the futility of these inferior demons. Doing more of it is speaking to what is, first of all, you want to go to federal prison, because that's where you're going to federal prison. But not only that, you are either boldly facing or denying the fact that you are going to face consequences, or thinking that you boldly engaging in it is somehow suggesting that you're not. 5CUT 305, and that is long gone. 7VVF 534, every single type of venue, every location, the entity is shown to be stalking by helicopter. There's no question about what the entity is doing and has been doing. 6PAU 237, the same with law enforcement. 8RIV 130, and it's the same with the people of the state. Medina's Auto Body patrolling in relevant position, creating light activity. 6MKD 428, and they're doing so by using vehicles repeatedly pulling out of that property. Also, they're the ones that are molesting with directed light while they're opening the door of their property. That's a demon. All right, that's not even the sun. That's in alignment with Medina's Auto Body where I stand, but that's also engineered light. Light is not bouncing across the street while you're opening and closing a door, and that's not even the sun. So what's occurring where the fake sun's over me at the museum? You don't have the fake sun as form for that. That's not even form though. 8XNR269, these are demons. 8VAZ036, and that's facilitation while they engage in that demonic activity. They're using their business as a means of facilitation. 8HWA884, and it's currently 8:14 a.m. 27875D2. That's Brian Cox, BCM Mechanical Incorporated. That's a demon stalking in the path. 7VVE 318. License 6XYL795. It's 814. 19600E3. You got more demons on school buses. This is license. Well, I'll see what district this is. License 7ESZ 534. This is, well, first of all, license 1120733. This is Ontario Montclair School District. That's an African American driving that bus. Directed light coming toward me while doing so. 5CRT299, 8CLM947. That's an African American, and he's got extensions. It's a he or she. It's an overweight African American, maybe like dreads, sort of like extensions in their hair. Ontario Montclair School District license 1544468. Touching with directed light, and the same district 1407332. That is either a Caucasian or Latina female with shoulder length brown hair, molested with directed light. 8TQC070, 8ZMZ319. And let me be clear, the minion driving these buses are crossing paths, and they don't want to be captured on video. All right, so that's why you're talking about refraining as I'm capturing the video from what is molesting with directed light. 8UPX041, and by the molesting with directed light, I mean touching with directed light that is coming from the direction of the vehicle. 8VJD577, as though sunlight is horizontally ricocheting off of your vehicle and touching me. That's what they're refraining from. The Ontario Montclair School District is being documented as a molester, a perpetual sex offender, while they are also in the custody of children, engaging in what is this position that they have driving school buses routinely in the presence of children, while they're engaged in criminal activity with the government. All of this is relevant to what is a perpetual sex offender while they are molesting under the fake sun. So let me be clear, directed light by these demons is another method of molestation. 8MAF931. This is an ongoing sex offense. All right, 7WVT418. So I want to point that out. The Ontario Montclair School District engaging in refraining while they know that I'm capturing video as they cross path. 8PEP623. They are still being documented as a sex offender. That's a psychopath, a demon-possessed stalker who is engaging in refraining from demonstrating demon possession while they are not engaging in what is the conduct that they're listening to me document, and that is touching me with directed light while they drive by. Okay, so as I am documenting on podcast, you have what are the 3 buses that cross path, and you have what is one that drives right by me in order to touch with directed light, and doing so while they are aware that I'm not capturing video. So I just want to point that out. Okay, it is currently 8:17 a.m. That's the conduct of demons. They're not. You're talking about what is understanding the entity. You're talking about what is not avoiding any prosecution. You're going to be prosecuted as a perpetual sex offender while you're driving school buses. That's a job you are not allowed to have anymore. 8VFH938. This is, let me get these, 8:17 a.m. More demons of the Ontario Montclair School District license plate. This is a short bus, 1544464. That's a overweight Caucasian female, blue sweater, touching with directed light. License 7SUT108 is monitoring with that demon. License 8JFV069 85038G2. 8DB, I can't really see the rest of them. That's airport towing, airport towing, touching with directed light. And 1474821, Ontario Montclair School District, touching with directed light. 63565J3, they're all molesting. 6NBU349. And it's currently 8:18 a.m. 4AUF 340. License 7064581, used by Medina Auto Parts in order to create light activity patrolling on and off of the property. 94318H3, and this demon pacing in front. 6NBU349, pacing in front of the intersection. They're creating light activity doing so. It's currently 8:18 a.m. License plate. Oh, I can't really see that one. 52757H2. Again, this is revealing, speaking to the futility of the demon-possessed. The ongoing conduct, 7T83925. 1567698, that's City of Ontario. 8B59465. 6DFY971. The entity engaging in what, again, the demons of the Ontario Montclair School District. It's the same, the Student Transportation of America, Chaffee Joint Union High School. It is a demonic entity. This is a demon-possessed population. All right, so you're talking about what are demons in positions that they have no business in, okay? They're in the possession of children. They're engaged in criminal conduct while they're doing it, driving school buses. But I also want to point out to you what is the entity engaging in the futility of refraining while I'm capturing video of molesting with directed light. That is only persuasive when it is a fallacy or maintained as a fallacy, when you don't have documentation of what is stalking with directed light. The entity has documented thousands of times stalking and molesting and terrorizing with directed light. That's Southwest Airlines that you hear flying over in relevant position, monitoring with Mercy House, Medina's Auto Parts, and this demon 6MRJ341, and Ontario Montclair School District, for example. That's the entity acting as one. License 8PCH703. The entity is engaging in what is refraining in video, that's Ontario Montclair School District, from what is demonic in the first place. It's never naturally occurring. And you're not even in front of driving by what is the sun, okay? You're talking about what is light supposedly ricocheting off your car in order to touch me. That's a demon. F305KO. License 4AUF210, 8WDK861. And the entity is engaging, and again, while I'm capturing video, they're monitoring the documentation, okay? So you're talking about, in this video, refraining from that conduct, that sexually violent and terrorizing conduct by the Ontario Montclair School District, 7BOA126, the conduct of the demon-possessed, the same entity, okay? License plate 60314X1, monitoring with Union Pacific, that is pacing on the school, on the train tracks, and Medina's Auto Parts, using another vehicle, 7BOA126. And City of Ontario crossing path as well with directed light. The entity is engaging in the same conduct in different vehicles. That's the City of Ontario, a demon, in a vehicle attributing identity to the municipality. The demons of the Ontario Montclair School District, those are demons, directed light while they are driving by, and doing so under what is a fake sun, 7WDE844. So with knowledge of the fact that I'm documenting you, all right, you are refraining from what is touching, molesting, surrounding with directed light. And the fake sun remains, by the way. You're not in any way avoiding documentation. You're being documented. You're a stalker. You're a demon-possessed stalker. And I want to point out, again, you're talking about what is the knowledge of the fact that they're being documented. And the reality is that it is already established and shown and published that the entity is a demon-possessed one. That's what directed light is revealing. So I want to speak to the futility of that, and waiting until I'm not on capturing video to surround with what are 3 buses going in opposite directions, pacing in other words, and then touching with directed light. As though it's not already shown, I've already shown you what directed light is, 04496G3. All right, and so you're talking about what is only working when the entity is not faced again with documentation, which they are. They're faced with documentation which you cannot in any way address. You can't confront it. It is insurmountable. You cannot reduce it either. And you're talking about what is the ongoing conduct of an entity. Touching one time, terrorizing one time with directed light is the conduct of the entity. 37071W1, and that is conduct that the entity is engaging in all the time. All right, for it to happen one time is that which the entity is doing all the time. In the same way that the fake sun yesterday at the Ontario Town Square is the fake sun today over the Mercy House at 435 South Bonneville, which again, is surrounded with direct evidence demonstrating that. And so anyway, it's currently 8:22 a.m. and I wanted to go through that because I'm speaking to what is a prosecution for terrorism by the people of the state. These are the same demons who stalk in bathrooms, engaging in what is, again, futile. The totality of that pattern of conduct has been revealed. It's been documented. It's already known that you're a demon and that you're a sex offender touching and terrorizing with directed light. License 7MXZ665, that you're monitoring the documentation. And so you're talking about what is ongoing stalking that is nonetheless documented while this demon is then refraining in that video from touching with directed light and waiting until I'm not capturing video in order to engage in continuing touching with that directed light. 4VVS676, that is the Ontario Montclair School District, acting on behalf of the entity. License, that is the character of the people of the state, the demon possessed. 97964K2, 5NKU912, 7GEH685, 41756D2, 8TJL399, license 7WCY791, Ontario Montclair School District, pacing, license 1101615, 84136S2, molesting. It is currently 8:23 a.m. License 1617539, molesting, license, that's Ontario Montclair School District. They're pacing down the street on purpose. 7SQJ644 while they're monitoring the documentation as I identify them. 39694W2. The rest of the people of the state are molesting as well, but I'm pointing out this actor BU27V56 paper 1407507. That's Ontario Montclair School District. License 1535732, 8MNZ977. Ontario Montclair School District 1544468. And it is 8:24 a.m. City of Ontario 1592080, 6XGB464. City of Ontario 1563245. License 25374G2. And Medina's Auto Parts using 525KA handicap license plate in order to create light activity on the property, monitoring with these demons. 8GOE211. And it's currently 8:24 a.m. And by the way, that was, again, Union Pacific on the train tracks that are nearest the, what is Emporia and Bonneview, using that train track. That's what you heard. 6ZER465. And that was Union Pacific. That was going in the direction east. 7KYS367. 8DEN991, 8NQS680. All right, this is the entity using a construction vehicle, and you can identify the brand, and that is relevant. This is Deere, using John Deere. That is relevant for a prosecution. These are all the ways in which the ordinary target individual, if you cannot identify, you use what they're using to monitor you. ATSF609 to prosecute, to document. License 05427Y1, that's Airport Mobile Towing, molesting again. 7CIP862, 7FPK697, 6AZJ949. That's Medina's Auto Parts. It's 8:26 a.m. (7EYE752). 8NMT165, molesting with children in the vehicle. That's exactly what the demons of Ontario Montclair School District are doing, by the way. The same entity engaging in what is demonic, stalking in the path under the fake sun, engaging in surveillance, monitoring with communication devices, and also molesting with directed light. Demons doing so while they're, including children, while they're engaged in that pattern of conduct. License 7SRD702, that's exactly what those demons are doing on school buses, taking this very exact street to engage in the P.O.C. 8LLG021, while they are aware that Ontario Montclair School District has been documented. 7EMS339. That's the conduct of demons. You identify one, you've got a whole gang of them that it's literally, you can imagine this, picture it in your mind. You've got one demon that's identified, and then you'll get a pack of demons. This is essentially what they do, of the same identity, in order for them to engage in more of that conduct together as a gang. That's demonic. All right, license 7KBG690, 6ZBJ433, 1469500. That's the city of Ontario, repeatedly pacing back and forth and molesting. It is currently 8:27 a.m. $29153D3, 36863J2, yeah, 68469K3, and this is Ontario Montclair School District, license 1055268. That's driven by an old Latina female. License plate 7JPB383, license 5XAY462, 6ECK601, 6CW0557. It's 8:28 a.m. A license 6Z88772. License 7CBX554. And entering into the property of Mercy House monitoring is the third party with license plate 6RBC257, the Hyundai Elantra. They're at Mercy House monitoring. Entering into the property, monitoring with the demons who are molesting under the fake sun, and the fake sun is over this property of Mercy House, where they are in relevant position. It is 8:29 a.m. (9281883), I believe. No, it's that one. License 7VAL 903, 5NKU 912. (8XLJ025). It's 8:30 a.m. (8TRL201). 7HXY713. For UJW300. 8SRF744. (02297 U.S.) 5JHF514. (8TXW168), Medina's auto body using that vehicle pacing. 1407506, Ontario Montclair School District, molesting. License 7KYR580. License 8SMU246, 6ZGR278. Paper plate CB42DOO, 8LKR429, 12529E1. It's 8:32 a.m. And again, the perpetual sex offender that are the Ontario Montclair School District have no business around children. 8ABN368, 7JRX557. engaging in that sexual violence while they're also monitoring one who is aware of the fact that you're monitoring them, that you are stalking the path on behalf of the state, and engaging in specific form of harassment while they're repeatedly crossing path, identifying themselves, engaging in the P.O.C. That's a form of communication as a threat. 774-9OB1 by a perpetual sex offender. 8ZQY884. All right, and you're understanding as you're seeing the state's pattern of conduct, perpetual sex offenders driving school buses, driving around children. 7MFN239. It is 8:32 a.m. And that's exactly how they're going to be prosecuted. The people of the state engage. That is a perpetual sex offender. The Ontario Montclair School District engaging in ongoing molestation while they are stalking, engaging in interstate stalking with and on behalf of not only the people of the state but the state of California. It is 8:33 a.m. License 7L16509. License 6YGE877. One 16690. Alrighty, let me get these demons. The same school district, Ontario Montclair, license 1544469. That's an old lady with gray curly hair. License 72918V1. License 05940D3 02297U2 99742T2. Directed light spiraling on the asphalt as though his rims are going to have reflected on the asphalt. 7CBX554. That's directed light. It is currently 8:35 a.m. All right, capturing video. So you are looking at, first of all, a couple of things. The ongoing harassment by an entity that's engaged in federal stalking. 8RYX292, that's what you see where riders crossing path. You have Metrolink using the train abutting the Mercy House property, audible activity creation and sensational activity. The entity then starts shaking the sidewalk. While I'm capturing this video of the fake sun, and the time, the pivotal moment that I'm documenting it is at 8:35 a.m. and I'm referencing what is 7:35 a.m. documentation prior to daylight savings time, where the state's keeping a fake sun over me in Upland, California, at 630 North Fern, in the parking lot of what is the Chase Bank in Upland, California. I am at what is 7-Eleven at 111 North Vineyard Avenue at 7:35 in the morning, which I documented on January 22nd, 2022. And this is the moment that I'm capturing this video, and you have all manner of what is a show of hostility. This is Ryder that's specifically engaging in what it's doing while the fake sun is remaining on Holt Boulevard over me at the county building and at the museum when I'm walking down Holt Boulevard, and the fake sun is over me at that location. Nowhere present over and possibly coexisting, and not present at the same time. At no time, actually, is it ever over 435 South Bonneview when it is passing over that property to engage in rising over the museum and keeping in perfect alignment with me as I go from the museum up into the city of Upland. I just want to point that out. This is the specific intent to communicate hostility and engage in harassment and stalking. While you see Ryder in that video, that's Ryder stalking. License 24098R2, that's UPS, molesting and crossing path under the same fake sun that is over Mercy House at 435 South Bonneview, where the same property is documented February 4th, where I am arriving hours after the current time right now. Coming from Ovid Family Community Library, remaining after 1 p.m. Fake sun remains over my head the entire time. You see it over the property right now at what is 8:35 in the morning. Relevant to daylight savings time, it would be 7:35 in the morning. And I'm drawing an ongoing comparison of where else I have documented at the same specific time in order to show you what is the maintenance of a light source stationary at a property, where the perpetual sex offender, that is the Ontario Montclair School District, that is Ryder. All right, that is Swift Night Transportation Holdings, pacing up and down, which I captured images of. They're crossing path in the same environment and doing so with knowledge that they're being documented. All right, and that is the entity engaging in stalking at Mercy House. Mercy House is nothing but an organization where criminal activity is afoot. All right, so I want to be clear. The light source is what is prefacing that. There is no conduct of the actual sun that is going to rise over your property and also remain for the duration of the day, which is exactly the case when I'm documenting it in the middle of the day at 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, where it's also maintaining presence, central presence in alignment with me, over my head, in alignment with me, and remaining over me as I leave the property. But also documentation already exists with regard to the entity setting a fake sun in alignment to me over this property while aiming impossible light activity inside of that property of Mercy House. That's where I'm at. You're also going to remember remember what is, again, 9:49 a.m. as I'm at the intersection of State and Bonneview, where the minions are crossing path right now. This is the same street where the state had a fake sun. Not in alignment with what is Washington, because that's where I'm standing. It's in alignment with what is Bonneview and State, at that same intersection right over my head, where the demon-possessed were engaging in terrorism with direct light, which you see in that video. That same conduct is what the Montclair School District is molesting my body with while they are monitoring the documentation, okay? It is currently 8:43 a.m. This is P.O.C. That is, let's see, I can't see the airlines. It's a silver plane. It's got a silver belly and red and white tail, making a U-turn over Mercy House, which is audible activity, and crossing a path by a demon in an airplane under the fake sun that's right over me. The audible activity is sounding as though it's taking off. It's not taking off. That's audible activity, amplified audible activity, while a stalker is hovering in an airline plane. A commercial airline plane. That's the P.O.C. So like I said, doing it over me where the fake sun is remaining, that's the stalking conduct by the people of the state who use commercial airline planes to engage in surveillance. 8E PB 579. And again, that's a silver plane. It has a silver belly and the tail is red and white. And the logo, the written logo, which I could not see, is on the right side of the plane while it's making a U-turn over Bonneview. All right, and that audible activity is concentrated on where I'm at, and which you are also deducing from the environment. The fake sun is over me, where they are hovering in commercial airline planes, where they are molesting with directed light, and where the fake sun is remaining impossible to coexist with being present in Upland or at the Stater Brothers, excuse me, not the Stater Brothers, the Starbucks. As I documented January 22nd, that is still relevant documentation. It's cumulative documentation showing you what I am aware of and what I am incorporating daylight savings time, which is why I captured it at 8:35 in the morning and referencing my 7:35 in the morning documentation of where I'm at. 7EUB134. It is equally impossible. So let me capture Ryder. License plate 7BOR205, and Ryder with an Indiana license plate crossing path again on video, and I'm capturing at 8:46 a.m. referencing what is 7:46 a.m. documentation. And you're also remembering what I documented last year where I'm remaining at Economy Inn. License 88149T1 at Economy Inn, where the state is keeping a fake sun from rising until setting. All right, and that is literally going from one side of the hotel parking lot to the opposite side of the parking lot. 7946082. It is currently 8:47 a.m. I just captured that video. 8PGT668. That's a threat waged by the people of the state together. All right, that company to be held accountable criminally and civilly, by the way. 79647B3. License 7G78877. It is not different from the city of Ontario, who is engaged in criminal summoning, kidnapping by an entity, while they continue to engage in molestation and stalking and harassment. Okay, I am speaking to what is the entity that is acting as one as they are engaging in that pattern together. 54859E2. All right, it is in no way forgetting what is the ongoing criminal activity as I continue to document it by actors such as the municipality, all right, who is engaging in the P.O.C. as well. 4HBD086. And you have what is the same conduct as you're looking in my video, and I capture very damning conduct. The entity engages in this maniacal rising up of raise in activity. This is how, as I capture the video at 8:35 a.m., referencing 7:35, you have immediately Ryder crossing path. You have the entity immediately using the train, Metrolink, crossing path, driving west on the train tracks, abutting the Mercy House property, and doing so for the creation of activity, but also doing so with simultaneity to my capturing video. 6NTF051. Metrolink does not run any train. That's nothing other than the criminal conduct that Union Pacific engages in. ALEX hand MZ. It is not different. It's nothing other than a different company name. It is no more reasonable that Metrolink is engaging in using the train tracks than it is Union Pacific. It is surrounding with audible activity, doing so at the moment that I'm capturing video at a pivotal time, showing you 7:35 in the morning. License 1316820, and you remember 7:35 in the morning, the fake sun is right over my head after I'm showing you what is its literal movement in alignment as I'm walking into the city of Upland. It's not remaining stationary anywhere. It's moving as I move. And it's over me in the city of Upland, where I'm documenting hundreds of the people of the state, the entity under the fake sun at the freeway entrance nearest what is the emergency pet clinic off of 7th Street and Euclid Avenue. The infamous 10 freeway entrance, where I'm documenting hundreds of and identifying hundreds of the demon-possessed population, 17619W1. That is impossible. That's not the sun that's over 435 South Bonneview right now, remaining. 8XXE782, in the same way that's not the sun that's over my head in the same position while I'm in Upland. 8KVE778. While I'm capturing that video, that is speaking to the intent to engage in not only monitoring, but an intent to harass and engage in that maniacal rise up in activity creation at the moment I start capturing this video. That's what Metrolink, that's what Ryder are engaging in together. This is the conduct that the Ontario Montclair School District demonstrated today while they engage in an ongoing molestation repeatedly. More and more demons driving those school buses, crossing path, more so under the fake sun and touching with directed light. Even absent the directed light conduct touching, you're talking about what is crossing path under the fake sun. Even absent the fake sun conduct, you're talking about what is touching with directed light. The Ontario Montclair School District is engaging in what is terrorism, and there are perpetual sex offenders representing the Ontario Montclair School District in doing so. So I want to be clear on that. License 6NTF051 is now leaving the street of what is Washington. This is Medina's Auto Parts engaging in pacing using their vehicles, driving off the property with them. It's not the operation of a business. They're demons using vehicles to pace, create light activity. BL79Y24 paper. Directed light while this demon drives 525KA handicap. This is LDS Trucking LLC carrying Swift Night Transportation holding trailer. License P658851, I believe. 292 PUP. And 4PY6045, Ontario Montclair School District, license 1544465, license 8GPL508, 7LIY507. All right, and as you recall, you're talking about what are different demons driving the bus of the Ontario Montclair School District. These short buses that are the same license plate over and over again. 0594 OD3. But I want to be clear, you've got different drivers, and they are the short buses and the long buses, and you're talking about what is the same license plate. I just want to point that out to you, okay? 1216690, and that's the city of Ontario, and that's why I'm reciting the same license plate, because these school buses that are being driven by different minions are bearing the same license plate. So I just want to point that out. It's 8:51 a.m. And again, I'm already in the city of Upland at this time, like I pointed out in the video. 94318H3, 7EQE615, and that is the ongoing molestation, again, by the municipality, by the people of the state, including the Ontario Montclair School District, demons that are molesting with substantial directed light. 8MHS208.
Which one, the Toyota? Yeah, are you doing that one? I'm just gonna pull it in. Oh, you're not working?
It is 8:52 a.m.
Because if you are, you need to use a DA. If you do that shit by hand, you're gonna take a month to finish that truck.
License 7JOJ. I can't really see. They have two different license plates. You're going to recall what the entity is doing with the fake sun yesterday at the Holt Boulevard car wash, and it's remaining over Mercy House today. 36392C1. Remember that. That's federal prison for the Ontario Police. You're talking about what is federal prison for the people of the state, as for such as the people of the state acting by a company such as Ryder. And the state is keeping a fake sun. As I'm coming from the museum, I'm walking over Holt Boulevard West, and the state is moving a fake sun. It is not on 435 South Bonneview. It's not over the building of Bonneview. It is already advanced as I am getting up at that time and walking to what is Stater Brothers. That's what you're going to remember. The entity is keeping a fake sun over Mercy House in conflict with what I just documented yesterday. License 21338X1, 35303Z2, 35303Z2 or 72. License 5UZZ047, 7DVX833. And that is the entity flying over while it listens to me prosecute and place in federal prison in the Ontario Police Department. That's American Airlines. License 8NDJ149, because the fake sun was over me at the Holt Boulevard car wash, over the Stater Brothers, over the Valencia headquarters. I took a picture of that. The United States Postal Service, that's where I was. License plate. Nowhere near what is 435 South Bonneview. Okay, this is documentation of an entity engaging in stalking and the ongoing intent of a predator, including those that are driving school buses. Those are predators that are intentionally touching. Those are demons that want to engage in touching you while they're stalking under what is a fake sun. All right, that is speaking to that. 0561OK1. The fake sun is over me on Holt Boulevard, and you have what are the demons that know that they're being documented, who are repeatedly touching with their acts of terrorism. Demons touching you with directed light. 6RCG533. That's the conduct of the predators that are the Ontario Montclair School District. It's not new. They're demonstrating it today, and I'm documenting it. And you're going to remember, where's the fake sun yesterday? Over my head walking on Hope Boulevard. 7CYF601. In addition to what is being over me in Upland, California already. 6BAK450. License 5HLT040. Demons. License 8WSK185. They're just crossing path one after another after another. All right, and that is speaking to the pure 61298P1. The pure desire to molest and touch, that's the conduct of a predator, a sex offender, while they are going out of their way, demons, to touch with directed light. 7L44681. Driving by or underneath the sun is not formed for what is directed light. This is the rawest form of witnessing demon possession by the people. 5BZR178, 8VXU786, 8YPP396, 61295P1. You were talking about what is a federal prison. Just like I stated, Officer Mixture, whatever his name is, documented on video, 7JQA037, while the fake sun's right over my head at the Hope Boulevard car wash. That's what you're going to remember while the Ontario Montclair School District is crossing path, molesting my person with knowledge of the fact that they're being documented. That's a terrorist and a violent sex. That's a predator who wants to touch while they know that you are documenting it. 7HMD015, serving no legitimate purpose whatsoever. That's the conduct of the sex offender and the psychopath. While at the same time, no, it's not at the same time. That was a fake sun over my head at that end of Hope Boulevard, where the state is customarily keeping the fake sun while I'm at the museum, moving in whatever direction that I go from that location, from that starting point. And that's why it's setting at the Ontario Town Square, the same block at the end of the day. Never at any point being over what is 435 South Bonneview. 64685W1. All right, and that's speaking to what is, again, what will be the civil and criminal liability for Ontario Montclair School District. 8NMX975. 5DRK856, as you will be slicing down the entity, as they will be facing a prosecution by themselves. The government has no argument for them, and the people of the state they're facing a prosecution by themselves. They engage in it as a gang, they're prosecuted individually. License plate 5XAY462, 8YJR616, and it's currently 8:56 a.m. License BU53X93, molesting. That's a paper plate. That's a white man driving a white Chevrolet Silverado truck, touching with directed light while he's stalking on Bonneview. License 5JRL439. All right, maintaining presence, sitting in their vehicle at the intersection of Washington and State. This is stalking in the path. This is license plate 5UZZ047. License 02297U2. License 6CWK504. It's 8:58 a.m. 8YNH053. FGHTRR. Ready? And it is currently, by the way, 8:59 a.m. This is Medina's Auto Parts. They're monitoring, creating audible activity. The group stalking. They're under the fake sun and indirected light. License 47796X1. Alrighty, the entity again, you're talking about what is captured on video specifically at 9:25 after I have already left the Ontario Museum, and I've captured the fake sun right over me at the Valencia office. The Valencia office for the minion that's running for City Council, 7SIK615, where the fake sun is present both yesterday in the morning around this time, and also in the afternoon at 12:50. You're talking about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The fake sun, that's the fake sun. All right. While I'm at that venue, that's why I'm able to capture both in the morning and remaining in the afternoon in the latter part of the day. That's not the sun. 8LMT137, 8ROH678. 6ZEU326, capable of capturing, and I already have published what is the documentation showing what is the conduct not characteristic of the sun that would not remain present over an intersection, over a property for the duration of the day, a series of hours. You're talking about what is to the exclusion of 4CTV664. Starbucks, which is west on Holt Boulevard. The light source never got that far. You're talking about what is remaining over the Ontario Town Square yesterday. Okay, I only went to Starbucks in the morning when I went there in the morning and got a cup of ice. And when I went, back down Holt Boulevard east, that's where the state kept the fake sun over my head. 7GWL156 monitoring with a communication device. The entity is engaging in keeping the fake sun at 435 South Bonneview, and you're remembering this as the sun is supposedly rising here. And you're remembering what is the entity doing with the fake sun yesterday while I'm at the Valencia office headquarters for where minions are engaged in interstate stalking, where I'm being molested, documenting molestation, 7SO9918. Documenting molestation with directed light in the same way that I'm documenting right now, impossible light activity while a fake sun is over my head. It's the identical P.O.C. While at that office where the United States Postal Service is. That's what I documented yesterday morning, and then at approximately 9:25 a.m., I'm documenting the minion that is affiliated with the Ontario Police Department. Directed light is on the ground while that demon turns onto that property to engage in what is nothing other than loitering in relevant position. The Holt Boulevard car wash, the people of the state are monitoring. Then you have the state acting via Ontario Police who go to that car wash and they're monitoring. 8UXH613, and this is where I'm capturing the fake sun that's right over my head. This is the entity maintaining the fake sun over Mercy House, the same property where the fake sun is present at 1 in the afternoon, 1:40 in the afternoon, 9:49 at the intersection over my head. This is not the sun. This is, and by the way, you're talking about what is 1:40 in the afternoon. You're talking about what is after coming from Open Family Community Library. 8EVA110, 8VFB238. So you're looking at not only the time as I'm pointing out to you, that's not the sun. Rising, and then also how's it remaining in the afternoon over the same 7T35794. This is the conduct that the entity has been engaging in for years. I already established that the entity is stalking. You're looking at what is an ongoing pattern of conduct which has nothing to do with the actual sun. All right, 6VBU846, the actual sun that is studied, that is supposedly explained with regard to the conduct of that sun. Time of year, daylight savings time, the ongoing orbit of that light source. This has nothing to do with it when the entity is maintaining presence for the duration of the day, at all hours of the day, and also maintaining presence over me. This is a targeting via an environment while a demon-possessed entity is engaging in surveillance. This is how surveillance is underway. 4XMC574. So yesterday at 9:25 a.m., the fake sun is over my head as I captured the Ontario Police and I walk onto the property after the fake sun remains over me, starting from the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. Rising over Mercy House is not going to be over the roof of the Ontario Museum. 4JPB383. The entity is keeping the fake sun over Mercy House because this is where I'm at. Mercy House is thereby engaging in what is the pattern of conduct, just as you heard Cynthia participating in, while the state was also hovering over the air with airplanes while she is telling me about some policy that they maintain as an office. It's audible activity, regardless of what she's talking about. 1563292, and this is not new. Mercy House heavily documented, okay? And all of that documentation pre-existing what I documented in the latter part of what is the 2021 and 2022, okay? All of this is already published. What Mercy House is, what they are engaging in, which is representing what the people of the state are and what the people of the state of California are engaging in, is already established, it's already laid out. 47796X1. It's currently 9:03 a.m., 9:25 a.m. The fake sun is over Holt Boulevard car wash where Ontario Police are group stalking. That's what you're going to recall. That's what's already documented. That's what's going to be reflected as of the record. 6NTF051, and that is in no way coexistent with going from Mercy House over the property, over the building, and then somehow over the car wash. 7DKK096 at the same time. That would only be the case if I go from here to the car wash. And the fake sun will remain over my head en route, just like I showed you on February 4th, coming from this venue, going to Upland Public Library in the afternoon. 7VCD224. All right, it is currently 9:04 a.m. That is Union Pacific going westbound on the train tracks that are nearest Emporia. License plate 4U64798. 7NLM943. You have Rider crossing path, it's 9:04 a.m. And let's see. It's license plate 7VVF885 71779L1 55629H3. All of them molesting. Ontario Montclair School District and the City of Ontario and the minions who are crossing path, touching with directed light, which is an impossible occurrence, they are all engaged in that conduct. It is all documented. It is documented amongst the people of the state. Attorney Ricardo Perez, who I do not have to personally meet or encounter, is representing the people of the state, who is in a relevant position while I am at his office or while I am subject to the criminal activity by the people of the state, acting on his behalf. He will be suffering a prosecution. 8402-8X3 7EZK097. And that's why I use him as an example. He represents the rest of the people of the state, who I do not have to personally know. 8PWC322, 8VKE268. That's why you keep a fake sun and you molest with directed light. And that is criminal activity attributed to every single last one of the people of the state who shall endure a federal prosecution. It is currently 9:05 a.m. 5DRK856. That prosecution is going to include the identity of what are companies for AUF 210, who are going to be identified in that prosecution. 5ZJA363 for purposes of 6 RCB 744, not only civil liability with regard to what is surveillance and terrorism in concert with the state, the public entity. 47867G2, but for a federal prosecution, criminal conduct. All right, it is not different. It is more egregious while the entity uses companies such as UPS molesting and terrorizing while monitoring the documentation. It's the most absurdly demented and terrorizing conduct that an entity can conjure up. And this is straight out of the pit of hell. License 31143E2, I believe. 5RIX 630. It's 9:06 a.m. License plate 8VRW046. And while I'm capturing the video, you're remembering this is documentation of the state rising a fake sun. 6AJC127 at 435 South Bonneview. And I'm capturing this video. It's now 9:07 a.m. This is 2 hours. Okay. And license 8VFB238, directed light while they're moving their vehicle. That's intentional conduct. That's activity creation. That's a demon. It's currently 9:07 a.m. $8XMN226, 8PHU248, license plate 8Z62485, that's JHC Contracting. $8W76210, FGHTRR, crossing path again. License plate 03050G2, that's Cool Breeze Trucking, US.2317206. License AWRZ413, 9F41511, 4RBA140. All right, so with regard to the pattern of conduct, while I'm standing on the sidewalk and the fake sun is over 435 South Bonneview, which is to my back, all right? So in other words, I'm capturing the fake sun at the property of 435 South Bonneview while I am facing east at that property, okay? That is not over the Starbucks at 111 North Vineyard Avenue, also not simultaneously at the same time over the freeway entrance at the 10 freeway and up in California, 5KFC 872, nor over the property of 630 North Fern, hovering over that property, aiming directed light on that street surrounding while demons doing the exact same thing, molesting with directed light. 7 SEC 751 while they drive by in the shade. 6 TEF 050. And you have what is also not coexisting. It's not over the parking lot in the city of Upland of the Chase Bank and the Vaughn's grocery store. This is not the ongoing omnipresence of some light source. This is the fake sun that's over 435 South Bonneview, the same 435 South Bonneview Mercy House, where the fake sun is present as a matter of documentation in the afternoon, February 4th, 2022, because the fake sun is following remaining over me. That's how you have that impossibility, because it is indeed stalking with light. 7 SEC 751. So while you have that, the entity is engaging in what is the maintenance of this light source. And I want to be clear, the people of the state are acting as one, intentionally present while that ongoing stalking with light conduct is underway, whereby a people may systematically engage in P.O.C. And while this is underway, 7UUL 651, I want to be clear, document Medina's Auto Parts. This is the nearest venue in front of me. The fake sun is to my back. In other words, like I was stating, it is over the building and I am facing east. Medina's Auto Parts, these are demons who are pacing back and forth. They're walking in and out their doors. They're walking on the sidewalks back and forth, and they're doing so in directed light. 8 MPZ 317. I want to document how they're engaging in that pattern of conduct. All right, I want to point that out. It's 9:10 a.m. The pacing conduct is ongoing. It's universal. It's on foot. It's through vehicles 7YCX 695, 7JWZ 279, 7NAK 559. That's Student Transportation of America. 7VVF 885. So the entity engaging in what is this conduct, and they're doing so, Medina's using their, how you're going to break that down? First of all, they're under the fake sun. They're monitoring whether they came outside or not. The entity is engaging in affirmatively participating. They are pacing around in engineered light, which is on their venue. The fake sun is over my head. Obviously, they're engaged in the P.O.C. But they're walking in what is directed light. Their shadows are appearing. Their shadows are being projected against the walls of the property. They are intentionally moving around, walking on the sidewalk, even but for my ability to see that impossible light activity. 7FKF343. Demons pace around in engineered light. That's what this traffic is. This is demonic activity. This is not normal traffic. They're stalking. License 8MPL855 5UNH258. It's 9:11 a.m. So I want to point that out. That's what Medina's Auto Parts is engaging in. That's what they're used to, their vehicles, pulling them out and parking them all around. They're not engaging in what is business. They are engaging in what is facilitation, light activity, pacing, and doing so on behalf of the government. And that is actually what is going to be the prosecution, where you can claim you were doing whatever during business hours. You were engaged in the P.O.C. while the fake sun was intentionally present over this property. That's why the fake sun documentation is also probative of what the entity is engaging in. 8YJW041. 6RWD 503, 7KYR580, 6YSJ839. This is also the entity where the entity is engaging in molesting you with directed light. And then on the flip side, but like I said, I am just speaking on behalf of an entity that clearly has no intention of having any legal argument. You can't argue with the fake sun. You can't even explain that. It's going to be crickets in federal court. 7HBH668. And then you're understanding when this whole environment, this whole scientific impossibility, in other words, the reality of demonic activity and a satanic targeting system, you're understanding the stalking of every single last type of stalker that I've identified. Stalkers in helicopters, stalkers in police vehicles, stalkers in their own vehicles, stalkers of the municipality, 72216Y2. Corona Clay Company, a stalker, and doing so in that specific environment. License 6WHE211. That's why you have what is an impossible environment. It is prefacing what is presence, intentional presence, for the purpose of massive surveillance. This surveillance system is rooted in what is absolutely demonic. These are the demon-possessed engaging in this conduct. Doing so in an environment that you are ordinarily ignorant of. You're not ignorant of it anymore. Okay, you know that that's not the sun. It's possibly over. And that's why you go through the effort of documenting. I have established the precedent. All right, you go through the effort of documenting a fake sun over you in an entirely different city. Upland, California. Over my head in the parking lot, 28543K2, where the same parking lot, the same venue I documented at an earlier time. That's not the sun, because the fake sun is over me at an earlier time, at hours later from 735, where I'm coming from the city of Fontana, getting on Route 66, and you see that fake sun arriving as I arrive. There's an ongoing history of documentation showing what is not possibly the sun. That is what is prefacing what is stalking. 94249Y1 in that specific environment. 5GGT 402. And that is how you will be prosecuted as stalking wherever it is that you work, wherever it is that you live. You don't have any sense of belonging. It's not a legal argument. The government's engaged in surveillance, 88JX588, in what is supposed to be a malicious and subtle manner, an entire environment that surrounds you. You're talking about what is glaring with regard to the evidence, though. You don't even intend on having a legal argument. You're molesting with directed light. 8 LAG 209. You can't even keep a straight face in a federal court. License plate. 85654E3. I think. 8HMV669. All right, and the directed light conduct by the people of the state is that what's prefacing the ongoing P.O.C. as well. They're not only in the environment, which is a scientific impossibility, prefacing the fact that you're a stalker and you're intentionally present there, stalking on behalf of the state. Whether you live there, work there, or just visiting there to engage in passerby type stalking conduct. So the entity is also stalking with directed light. That's the same indication of the stalker, 8 VFB 238, and the ongoing identification of a demon-possessed stalker. License 05610K1. 53438X2. This is the same pacing that Medina's Auto Parts is doing on foot. License 6XPU 783. 7ETV 798. 6UTV 597. 8M24274. And it's 9:15 a.m. The state is keeping a fake sun over me at 8:11 in the morning, and I'm showing you and reminding you about Upland Public Library, 1897530 at 8:11 in the morning, where the fake sun is over me at the Upland Public Library, where it's remaining all day long as a matter of documentation. That's 5 o'clock in the evening. Nowhere ever does Mercy House fit into that property, fit into that equation if this was the actual sun, which it's not. That's why it's remaining over me from the starting point. Now, the museum where I'm sleeping outside, where the entity is stalking, and keeping it in line with me as I walk north of Euclid Avenue Monday through Saturday to the Upland Public Library. Not today, when I don't do that. When I go to what is before quote-unquote sunrise to Mercy House, the fake sun is rising here, and it remains here as a matter of what is 9:16 a.m. right now, where this demon is stalking. 8 LAG 209. License plate 7 MOP 892. African American in the back seat. That's a white woman driving that vehicle. They're stalking together. Just want to be clear, you got African American in the back seat. 6XSF 988. More than one passenger in the back seat, but I can only see the one that's on the driver's side while they're crossing path. It's 9:16 a.m. and remember, this is 8:16 a.m. 8:11 a.m. The entities, I'm documenting the fake sun that's over me at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. The entities keeping the fake sun over Mercy House. It has not advanced beyond it. It's not going to. That's the fake sun documentation. 8 PIY 626. That's stalking with the fake sun. It is currently 9:17 a.m. That's audible activity. All right, this is a large truck, license EPO9876. That is Auto Transport. They're affiliated with Los Angeles, California. That's what it says on the side of that truck. And direct a light on the asphalt while they are crossing path under the fake sun. That's a demon. That's impossible light activity. It's 9:18 a.m. CHT 6417. A4320W2. 8 JDR 521. 8 SRD 586. Alrighty, so I want to bear in mind what I've already documented about Mercy House, engaging in multiple acts of criminal summoning with the Ontario Police Department, 7THN 048, harassment in concert with the Ontario Police Department, while all manner of hallmarks remain present as I've documented this venue, and so you are remaining cognizant of what is the large picture, the bigger picture, with regard to the pattern of conduct as I've isolated the P.O.C. to Mercy House, which is nothing but another venue. Pay attention to the background as I document. That's what the entity does. That's P.O.C. It's not a distraction. That's the entity that is monitoring documentation, and that's why they're going to federal prison. 7H50831, like I said, no, 837. That is, by the way, Southwest Airlines. That is Southwest Airlines, and pay attention, when does it start doing that? When I'm talking about criminal summoning in the grounds of federal prison of those that work at Mercy House. I want to be clear. And like I was stating, what I want you to pay attention to is that pattern. The entity is listening to every single word. That's why they're going to federal prison as they engage in criminal summoning. Criminal summoning is not a matter of necessarily calling the police on the target individual. You are summoning their presence, and it's not just the police, it's the fire department, it's the ambulance. It's a method of facilitation, and it is also a method of what is harassment and terrorism, while the entity is maintaining surveillance. This venue engaging in multiple acts, 6XPU 783, multiple acts of criminal summoning while the entity is engaging in this very surveillance system. It is 9:20 a.m. and the state is keeping a fake sun over the Mercy House in the morning in direct conflict with not only common sense, but yes, science. And what I just documented, not only the body of evidence of the state keeping a fake sun setting at the same Mercy House, 8 UEN 290, which is not going to occur regardless of the time of year. You're not going to have the rising and the setting at the same property of the supposed sun. This is what my documentation contains. License of City of Ontario 1459991 and third party 6EGM 478, and that was third party Southwest Airlines hovering by plane while they listen to me document what is the grounds of federal prison for those affiliated with Mercy House 26410P2. The entity did the same thing, and remember, February 4th, as I show you the fake sun and Ontario PD are engaged in surveillance. Amazon Prime hovers, the demons driving school buses and in their vehicles crossing path repeatedly, directed light all over the place. This is what they engage in while they listen to me document, okay? That is also going to be the grounds of what is federal prison and the conduct of a perpetual sex offender, including those driving the school buses of Ontario Montclair School District who demonstrated the psychopaths and the violent sex offenders that they are engaged in interstate stalking with this government that's listening to every word that I document. The same government that's stalking by helicopter. That's what Ontario Montclair School District is engaging in. Okay, so while the entity is engaged in criminal summoning at this venue, the state's fake sun is here. The state's fake sun is remaining over this property in direct conflict with common sense, what I've already published, and what I just documented yesterday. The state is nowhere near a light source. In other words, the sun. If this was the sun, it's not over the Mercy House at 435 South Bonneview, especially when it's somehow making its way to be directly over my head at this property at 1:02 p.m., which is, again, only when I'm there, because when I'm up in public library at 1:02 p.m., the fake sun is there. When I'm in Fontana at 1:02 p.m., the fake sun is there, not just there, but it's there over my head, okay? Directly over me. That is what Mercy House is engaging in. When you are engaging in criminal summoning, you are engaging in conduct that results in federal prison. That's a matter of policy, all right? License. I don't see a license plate on that, but 7MXG854, molesting. And it's 9:22 a.m. and yesterday, again, while I'm capturing the fake sun over me at the United States Postal Service, 8LTN 665 at the Valencia's headquarters, where minions engaging in federal stalking are engaging in what is advertising for Valencia, who wants to run for city council, while that minion, who is a demon, this is a demon-possessed stalker who wants to be in government. He is unfit. His very headquarters are in relevant position where interstate stalking, surveillance, and terrorism, in other words, is underway. That's why I captured the fake sun over me at that location. It's nowhere near possibly coexisting with being and remaining from rising, and I put that in air quotes, over 435 South Bonneview where it remains. That's the pattern though, but that's not the sun. But that is the pattern, keeping it over me. Indirect conflict with common sense. 6GHN834. It's not gonna be over the Valencia's office today, because that wasn't the sun yesterday and that's not the sun today. Nor is it going to be over the Holt Boulevard car wash at 9:25 in 2 minutes. It's remaining over 435 South Bonneview, where it's been since it quote unquote rises where I am and sets where I am. That's how I get a fake sun over me, because that's necessarily a fake sun. That's why I'm including the conclusion in that statement, because that is exactly what you are concluding. It is not the actual sun, which is a scientific fact based on the facts that we've been told. Well, that's a scientific fact that that's not the sun. That's present over the Ontario Town Square at 7:49 in the morning and present in a perfect alignment with me still at the same Ontario Town Square, where I'm looking at the object, touching me with light, feeling surrounding with light at that same venue at 5:12, 5:15 in the evening. That's a scientific fact. So you've got 9:24 a.m. right now. The state's fake sun is remaining over 435 South Bonneview, and it is not over Holt Boulevard car wash. It has not moved from being in alignment with me and remaining now over what is 435 South Bonneview, where the entity is keeping a light source. And by the way, at this address, it is nowhere possible over the Ontario Museum of History and Arts, over the 150 East Holt Boulevard car wash venue, or over the Stater Brothers, the Ontario Village Shopping Center Plaza, as I documented on video. Okay, that's the case because 90336D3 is a minion, a demon-possessed stalker who is maintaining presence in that environment that surrounds me, that follows me. That's terrorism by a demon-possessed entity that is engaged in surveillance. That's why Southwest Airlines is hovering over me by airplane while they are listening to me publish on a podcast the fact that those affiliated with Mercy House are going to federal prison as they too have engaged in what is criminal summoning. These are methods of harassment, facilitation by a government acting via law enforcement, inherently threatening while you're engaging in that system and monitoring the documentation. It's currently 9:25 a.m. Let me show you the fake sun that's remained at Mercy House. All right, stalking with light, 8LFS582. And I want to make sure BL79Y24, that's a paper plate. I probably already got that one. These are minions on what is Washington, where the light source is remaining over the Mercy House. BX286, that's handicap. And you have what is Mercy House keeping the gates locked, and they're supposedly opening at 9 o'clock. It says, today is our monthly staff meeting. We will open the center at 11 a.m. And this is why I documented what Cynthia said. You're talking about what is creating the ongoing, they do not want me on the grounds. This is what this is about. And it's the same thing with this morning with citing a policy about having to reapply. And so I'm talking about giving me an application in order to reapply. And do you want to bring it back at 9 o'clock when we open? That's what Cynthia said. That's why I document. And you're talking about what is placing a sign while they are monitoring in order to exclude me from the property while they were already open. They already opened it up to those who came in and did laundry. Let me be clear on that, okay? They opened it up. You're talking about what was a staff meeting as a grounds to in order to preclude my ability to enter the property. That's all that is. They are going to federal prison. You're talking about what is Judy. All right, documented fake sun over my head while the entity is hovering by airplanes, the entity engaging in stalking and terrorizing by helicopter. All of that is documented here. They can exclude me from the property all they want. They're going to federal prison. They're engaging in what is harassment by an entity, engaging in what is pathetic excuses where they already opened up the property and let them in to do their laundry, which are nothing other than third parties who are here to engage in the P.O.C. with them. And then they engage, Cynthia creates what is, oh, you need to reapply. And so I will stay here until 9 o'clock, which she cited as the time, didn't reference anything about a meeting. They can make it up as they want. In other words, they make up the information because they want to exclude me from the property. And as you saw, I do not have to be on the property grounds in order to what is secure their prosecution, which was already secured. I'm punctuating what is nothing other than the pattern of conduct as it was already documented at Mercy House. Nothing but an organization where state surveillance and terrorism is underway. And they are demon-possessed. They're violent sex offenders. That's exactly what I've already documented. And this is ongoing harassment. It is obstruction of justice. While you're monitoring the documentation, that's an additional federal charge. That, regardless, you can try. It's the same thing that Starbucks tries to engage in. The same thing that Ovid Family Community Library engages in. Guess what? They're going to federal prison. Criminal summoning, period. All right, while you're monitoring the documentation, you are a fearful and an inferior and pathetic minion while you are now engaging in conduct trying to duck and hide. You ain't ducking hiding from anything. You are talking about what is P.O.C. And it is currently 9:32 a.m. and you have seen what is the fake sun that remains over this property, the same position that it's at over my head at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, where I come to this venue from the Ovid Family Community Library, which I also heavily documented under what is the fake sun. So like I said, it's currently 9:32 a.m. This is P.O.C. What?
It's not open till 11.
What are you talking to me for?
When I stay there, I don't care.
Yeah, you do. You're monitoring. Anyway, I'm using my camera and taking a picture, and this minion is engaging in activity creation. Ontario Access Center office hours, Monday through Friday, 9 to 4:30 p.m. and Saturday, 9 to 1 p.m. And the entity, again, they call themselves the Ontario Resource Center. This is Mercy House. And it says, today is our monthly staff meeting. We will open the center at 11 o'clock. We will be back to our regular hours tomorrow. Thanks for your understanding. Mercy House staff. And I took a picture of that. Let me be clear what this is. This is the entity that is engaging in what is trying to avoid my being on an inside of the building. Let me be clear. I don't need to. I've documented them inside and out. Okay, it remains relevant what I'm documenting today and what I already documented. And you have what is the entity keeping the fake sun over me while I am standing outside, and you're looking at what is the same documentation of the fake sun. And at no time, remember, while I'm showing you at 9:25 a.m., you're talking about what is the entity keeping the fake sun over me while I'm at this property where the fake sun is supposedly rising. All right, so you're talking about what is entirely pathetic, and it is futile. Okay, this is relevant to what is the conduct of an entity that is monitoring your documentation. That's the bottom line. And you're talking about what is not only monitoring documentation, literally trying to throw whatever they can at the wall in order to exclude from the property. Okay, because that's what Cynthia was doing this morning, and that's what this staff meeting, as you are coming up with it in doing so. And you can, like I said, even if you were to claim, oh, we have our monthly meetings on this day every month, it has nothing to do with Erica Spencer. We don't even know. You can say whatever it is that you want for I can't say that like but you can say whatever you want with regard to, and all I'm referencing is no matter how far in advance it may or may not have actually been planned. I'm talking about what is a long-term observation of what are the demon possessed who are engaged in this criminal pattern of conduct that's being documented, though. So I want to be, that's relevant context. Regardless of how far in advance this supposed meeting is actually planned, which Cynthia forgot about when she's telling me to come back at 9 o'clock in the morning, which is not a coincidence when a fake sun is documented right over me and I'm ongoing molestation with directed light, which Cynthia and the minion, let me read the third license plate that's now on the property, 8VXU786. As they have been engaged in for years. I've been documenting Mercy House, so I just want to point that out. That's the pattern of conduct. That is Scrap Haulings Incorporated, 94261H3, BF74U21. It is currently 9:35 a.m. You have what is, regardless, like I was stating, the documentation of the fake sun that's remaining over the property. Why is it over Mercy House? Because this is where I'm standing. That's why. And it's there over the Mercy House because I'm standing here, because that's not the sun. 6HUK241. All right, and it is 9:35 a.m. That is 8:35 a.m. And taking away daylight savings time consideration. And there is the absence of any light source that would be advanced over my head. It would be beyond this property to be over the museum. Okay, BD36X10 paper 4RZU083, and they should be scared. They should be trying to make up and throw whatever you can at the wall, because they are going to federal prison, and they're listening to that, and that's exactly what's going to happen. License 5RSB795, as are a lot, engaging in what is the state system of surveillance and all the ways in which the entity is engaging in obstruction of justice and harassment, which is terrorism, while all of them do that together on behalf of the government. You're talking about what is going to be uniform consequences. They engaged in criminal summoning and harassment many times, calling it whatever they, with regard to helping some third party that's inside of the venue of the Mercy House. The fake sun and the entity is present via law enforcement. It's the same P.O.C. And that's what you're recognizing. 31033J3. You're talking about what is the posing of the same exact identical threat, 5HDU449, where surveillance is underway, regardless of the outward form or shell that P.O.C. is taking. 6SOJ246, facilitation via criminal summoning is federal prison. 6VVH938. This is how the ordinary target individual is faced with 8XQV870 is faced with an unlawful threat. All right, and they suffer in silence. All right, while they are constantly surrounded by those who are placing them, engaging in entirely demented conduct and stalking by law enforcement, for example, and law enforcement is acting with venues, 78KR166, and their cover is that, oh, well, they're here to help us for whatever reason. That's the cover. While you are aware of the fact that law enforcement are engaging in what is very weird stalking conduct, this is how the ordinary target individual is suffering in silence. You are not going to be permitted in any way to threaten in that manner. And that's exactly what they're doing. The same exact fake sun is over you. The same exact molestation with directed light is surrounding and touching all over you, while they're smiling in their faces like they're engaging in anything other than the P.O.C., regardless of some meeting that you want to hold, and including the police department in it. Like I said, the entity is engaging in that pattern of conduct, and Mercy House is, as a matter of fact, documented today. This was not the actual sun that was over me in 2020, 2021, and it is relevant to what I'm documenting in 2022, because you're talking about what is the nature of the documentation, showing what's not the showing what is the fake sun. And this is thorough documentation that's spanning over a term of years, and all of the criminal activity that Mercy House has engaged in while engaging in what is surveillance. All right, this is nothing but harassment, which is also an additional federal charge. You're harassing as the government. NEXT GT. It is currently 9:38 a.m. You're remembering all of the names of those minions that they act through: Gail, Tyler, Vanessa, Judy. License 8H81456, 8DZL479, 8WLN538, 7VPH542. 8 PHU 248. 2446 1B1. These pathetic minions are literally talking about how can we keep her out, so let's just put on let's post up, we're going to have a meeting to keep her out for another 2 hours. Hopefully she goes away. That's literally what these minions did. License 8RHY093. BD01Z40 paper. 5CGY649. 8YWZ521. Either way, even if I did choose to leave, first of all, you're documented. You lose regardless. You lost when I documented you last year. This is punctuation. We're creating legislation. You go into federal prison. 7 SIK 615. But even so, you're talking about what is the ongoing existence of the documentation that I don't need to be physically inside of the building. It's called relevant positioning. License 8ZNB944. License 11087R2. 8CWX809. 65455Y2. ZOS048. It is 9:41 a.m. License 8KLU404. All right, molesting 8A 86696. Molesting 4ZJF896. Molesting is license 7JMY308. And City of Ontario 1592080. That's the kidnapper sexually violating you. 8CKH241. 7ELD443. As are the people of the state, but that's the City of Ontario specifically engaged in criminal summoning. License 88149T1, molesting. And it's currently 9:43 a.m. Molesting, this Latino male, license BL06H35, driving a Dodge white pickup truck, 8NUU089. And 7CTM670, molesting as well. License 7VPV457. 8ZAU151. 31139B3. 8XJS855. This is McKinney, license 9E87040. US.021800. 8LGW025, molesting with McKinney. License plate 8KKR519. License 21338X1. That's Medina's Auto Parts creating light activity. This is the Minions of Ontario Montclair School District, very likely. License plate 1407331. All right, license 72551U2. And the Ontario Montclair School District reading their license plate, and I wanted to get, I want you to see the fake sun that is to my back. So I crossed to the opposite side of the street, and they are driving, as they are patrolling, they're repeatedly crossing paths, driving on Bonneview. They're driving south on Bonneview, and the directed light is coming from what is the driver's side of their vehicle. Horizontally aimed directed light. These are demons. That's demonic. These are demons. And let me be clear, the directed light conduct is the conduct of the demon possessed, the ability to manifest light. And that is the rawest form of their demon possession, as they demonstrated, by the way. Being under the fake sun, is a demonstration of demon possession as well. LIPBOSS. There is no form for it. That's not sunlight. That's gonna, as I've shown you what the entity does with direct light, there is no form for that. And demons, again, they're preoccupied with engaging and providing an outward explanation for what is actually demonic conduct that you're witnessing. All right, amplified audible activity sounding at the train while you're looking at a train, and actually it's not creating an earthquake either. 398, okay, oh, that's scrap hauling again. Do brothers, 45374D1. The audible activity of what is amplified audible activity while you're looking at a plane that's hovering over, it's demonic. And that's perceived through what is, first of all, the environment that the entity is stalking and playing with, but also the amplified audible activity. All right, and so you're talking about what's supposed to be the outward form of, well, you're looking at a plane, and so that's obviously your mind is going to connect, okay, well, that's the plane that I'm hearing. And actually it's an ongoing demonic environment, and everything is heightened with regard to what you're hearing. Everything is literally artificially engineered. It's demonic with regard to the light conduct. And light projecting horizontally from a vehicle is a pure demonstration of demon possession. So I'm capturing Ontario Montclair School District. They are driving by crossing path, driving south on Bonneview, and light is projecting toward me, which would be their driver's side of the vehicle while they're driving south past under the fake sun, which is to my back. And so I just crossed to the opposite side so you can see the bus in the direction they're driving, and you can see the fake sun in the sky space where they are engaging in that molestation. And that's not different. The minions that are driving on the opposite side of the road, meaning crossing path, driving north on Bonneview, they're engaged in equally impossible light. But I want you to see what these demons are doing. Right now, I'm specifically identifying Ontario Montclair School District, since they are highlighting their demon possession and engaging in targeting. They can get it. They can get it as well. So like I said, it's currently 9:48 a.m. And by get it, what I mean is, you want to engage in terrorism, I will hone in on you, and you will be prosecuted in ways in which you have not yet fathomed and identified also. You're not hiding behind any anonymity, driving behind different buses with the same license plate. There is no evading what is that prosecution on behalf of a government, on behalf of the people, and identified specifically as what is the Ontario Montclair School District. So I just want to point all that out, and that's what they are communicating, an unlawful threat while they repeatedly cross path using those school buses and molesting. License 52871H3. It is currently 9:48 a.m. And so that's the significance of the pictures that I took, by the way. That's why I went through all that. And while Mercy House is maintaining relevant position, the fake sun is above them, above their building, which is right here where I'm at. They're stalking 7FYM523. And they are seen as the demon-possessed stalkers that they are. That's why the fake sun is over the same position at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. There's no way to reconcile that. That's not the sun. And it's also not occurring when I'm nowhere near Mercy House, when I'm in the city of Upland, 5JOZ348, or in the city of Fontana. When I am going up and down the street in any mode of transportation, and the fake sun is not advancing to be over 435 outside Bonneview, over Washington, the state keeps the fake sun on Holt Boulevard. That's what you see when I'm showing you the fake sun that's remaining in the window. Okay, that's P.O.C. It is 9:49 a.m. O4833K3. License 40395D3. 93512P1. It's 9:49 a.m. License plate 6N94405 4GXR267. License A2524. Handicap. 35527U2. It's 9:54 a.m. And I did capture video of what is 9:49 a.m. 7VQK338. And 9:49 a.m. I'm referencing what I documented again before daylight savings time. So that would technically be 8:49 a.m. 7Y54205. That would technically be 8:49 a.m. where I captured the video standing at the intersection of State and Bonneview. And the fake sun, well, it is 8:49 a.m. with regard to the current time right now. Okay, but for daylight savings time, the current time is 9:49 a.m. When I documented this, as of right now, the time would have been 8:49 a.m. to be precise with regard to what is my video capturing of the intersection of what is State and Bonneview, okay? So I'm showing what is nonetheless the maintenance of the light source on the same street at 9:49 a.m. And I was coming from an entirely different direction. Remember, I'm coming from the museum on February 27, 2022. Daylight savings time or no daylight savings time. You're looking at what is nothing other than a difference of an hour, okay? That's what daylight savings time is speaking to. But you are looking at what is, again, the that which is irreconcilable. The light source is coming from a different direction. The entity is engaging in conduct as though the sun is rising, coming from the direction east, where I'm showing you in the morning during this hour of 7 o'clock, and it's 9:55 in the morning right now. And the light source is still over the 435 South Bonneview, over the Mercy House building. On February 27, 2022, where I came from the museum, where the state is keeping a fake sun over me, and I walk in the opposite direction toward what is Mercy House, and they are closed for the day, and I'm capturing what is the fake sun over my head at the intersection of State and Bonneview. This is showing what is the light source that is maintaining central presence over my head, and that is why I'm speaking to what is the maintenance of that light source, as I'm coming from two opposite directions. Two opposite directions, as opposed to what is showing the initial starting point of the fake sun. Today, the starting point is at 435 South Bonneview, because I got here before the fake sun, quote unquote, rose. And where did it rise? Right over in alignment with me at 435 South Bonneview, where it remains right now. 6GIT746. And that light source has not advanced beyond State Street. It remains over 435 South Bonneview. On February 27, 2022, I'm coming from the museum where the state has started the day. It's fake sun remaining over the Ontario Museum and remaining going in the direction which is east as I walk east toward this venue. That is what you are paying attention to. But I am also reminding you of the fact that, yes, it is daylight savings time now. So you have what is an hour ahead of what it was when I documented it on February 27, 2022. So February 27th, we were not engaged in the daylight savings time. It was 9:49 a.m. It is daylight savings time now. So 9:49 a.m. is 8:49 a.m. when I'm capturing that video, and that's what I'm explaining. You are looking at, regardless of that, the central presence of the fake sun over my head, and doing so at relative to this property, and you're looking at what is that exclusive maintenance of that light source as I'm coming from different directions. Coming from the museum on February 27, 2022, remaining at 435 South Bonneview on today, which is March 14, 2022. That is speaking to what is the stalking, understanding another vantage point. You're looking at what is stalking with a fake sun. Right? And like I said, in an hour from now at 9:49 a.m., while we are under 10:49 a.m., which is relevant to what will be 9:49 a.m. when I documented it on February 27th, the light source is not going to be over that corner. It's going to remain right here where I'm at, or wherever it is that I go. That's what I documented February 27th. That's what I'm documenting now. Stalking, 8MAF931. And I also captured in that video what is the ongoing evidence of that, regardless of what is daylight savings time. 8DXG125, engineered light manifesting on the wall of Mercy House. It's appearing in the shade. That is speaking to what is the maintenance of light that is always surrounding and touching on everything around. That is seen on the door of Mercy House. You can see it in the video. I captured a close-up of it on the brown door and on the wall, and that is just manifesting in the shade. The fake sun is above the building, and that is shade on that side of the building, but you see what is light just manifesting out of nowhere. That is first of all, that is the presence of the demonic. That is demonic. It's impossible light activity covering the building. They're engaged in surveillance. 7CVD973, and they are demons doing so. And these are demons that are maintaining presence and activity via traffic and parking in the dead-end street of Mercy House, while they are trying to exclude me from inside of the property, hoping that I just go away, as they engage in excluding me from use of the laundry services, and then talking about putting a sign in order to extend my inability to enter until 11 o'clock, referencing now some meeting, okay? They can make up whatever they want. It's 10 o'clock and the fake sun is over their venue. They are stalking while they're holding their holding their meeting, because I don't have to be inside of the physical building. License 1580351, they are stalking in the path on behalf of the government. It's conduct on behalf of an entity. License 8TMW642. And that is the entity hovering, not taking off from the Ontario airport, right here where the fake sun is. 6DQC 806. And on Mercy House is monitoring. Under the fake sun, that's P.O.C, and that is Amazon Prime. Making a U-turn, hovering, and an airline plane not taking off from the Ontario airport. That is hovering to arriving to where I am at and crossing a path and just making a U-turn where the fake sun is also located, which is also facilitation while the demon possessed of Mercy House at 435 South Bonneview under the fake sun and indirected light are stalking and monitoring with that entity. Okay, that's the provision of that evidence against Mercy House. You're talking about criminal summoning of that same entity who's engaged in surveillance, acting with the people of the state. This is P.O.C. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. License 7S41662. 7FPZ283. All right, molesting is 611-16C1 and Medina's Auto Parts. So I want to be clear, the entity is engaging in using Amazon Prime. You hear they fly right here over the Amazon, over 435 South Bonneview, hovering. You hear the audible activity. It's an Amazon Prime plane. All they're doing is hovering over the building, making a U-turn, and I take a picture of them flying back in the opposite direction. Not only is this nothing other than using a plane to hover in relevant position and making a U-turn, which is a demon pacing in engineered light in the sky space, monitoring and facilitation. I took a picture of that. You're looking at what is a specific environment that they're doing it in. 5TUJ078, and that's the significance of making a U-turn in the sky space, flying right over Mercy House, where the fake sun is right over Mercy House, where directed light is covering the building of Mercy House, where I'm being molested with directed light right in front of Mercy House. 8NQW304, 5KDL589. That's the P.O.C. And that is the same Amazon Prime that is engaging in group stalking on video at 11:59 a.m. at Stater Brothers. 7YAN754, which I showed last week on video, which is what I documented yesterday morning at 10:25, where the fake sun was over me. And I'm reminding you about what is the entity keeping a fake sun, 4FJJ168, which is at a later time. It's present at an earlier hour yesterday because I'm there at an earlier hour, but that's not the sun. 57108V1, that's not the sun that is present in that central presence over my head at a later hour, which was 11:59, 12 p.m., 7EUW178 on March 6, 2022. Okay, where Amazon Prime is flying over my head, engaging in a real-time reaction to what I am documenting with regard to the criminal conduct of Amazon Prime and what is grounds of federal prison. It is currently 10:02 a.m. It's a Swift Night Transportation Holdings crossing path again under the fake sun. The vehicle that's carrying the Swift trailer, WP53355, LDS Trucking LLC. 8LFS582. 23647Y2. Seven BOA 126 crossing path again. Seven S41662. The entity stalking by helicopter. I'd love to show you that. Capturing images of Delta Airlines flying over my head under the fake sun. 65018C2. Inland signs touching with directed light. License plate 5MRP529. 8N62061. 8XOA645. Understand what those demons are doing. That's a row of demons repeatedly crossing paths one after another and also touching with directed light while the demons of the company Delta Airlines flies directly over my head. License 833PZ handicap. This is the crossing a path on the roads and touching with directed light under the fake sun as the entity creates amplified audible activity, which is provided by the demons of Delta Airlines, which I capture, and you see the fake sun over my head while Delta Airlines flies directly over my head. And this is captured in still images at 10:21 a.m. And then immediately these minions cross path one after another. 6MER008. All right, this is demonic, and it's also what is the ongoing conduct of the elements of monitoring while the entity is monitoring together as one. License 8AKR561. And where you see that fake sun, right here at Mercy House at 435 South Bonneview, where Delta Airlines is flying right over Mercy House because I'm standing in front of Mercy House. All right, where the entity is stalking by helicopter, flying around and over me at this venue right here at Mercy House, where the fake sun is over, where the ongoing conduct with directed light is ongoing. It's 10:23 a.m. License 8JDN048. Seven KVL 549. And you remember, and it's 10:23 a.m. right now, daylight savings time. It will be 9:23 a.m. with regard to my documentation already published. 20875A1. 8DRS409. 81631A1. 1602417. City of Ontario. 8VSY234. 7ZAY621. License 7GJV041. And I want to be clear, just like I stated earlier this morning, that was Ontario Montclair School District group stalking at the parking lot of the Church's Chicken, pulling up to molest with directed light, as I documented another third party. 8JDR521, group stalking driving a school bus. And that's exactly what they demonstrated as they repeatedly crossed path into the fake sun as it remained over Mercy House. They continued stalking and doing so as I identified, with their knowledge that I identified them. All right. And they also replete with what is an ongoing molestation with directed light while those demons are hostile based on the fact that I identified them group stalking at the Church's Chicken parking lot. Because that's exactly what they're doing at campus and in between campus and on campus in between Holt Boulevard and Emporia. License CB65U96. They were stalking at the Church's Chicken parking lot, just like they were stalking while I remain here at Mercy House. License ATQC438. It's 10:25 a.m. BADCHIK. Don't think so. That's a demon and she's a stalker. If she's so bad, she would have more important things to do. I am what is the primacy of the demon possessed. She's inferior, calling herself a bad chick. She's a demon. License 7GJP408. License plate 7F81404. 47033J3. 4MVT485 03044G3 9080019. That's JCH Logistics Incorporated. The back license plate is 4TT2417. That's a large truck. That is Union Pacific using the train tracks at Emporia going westbound at 10:26 a.m. License plate 8KMS684. 6CSU844 54329W1. The ongoing stalking conduct by helicopter documented right here where the fake sun is over me at Mercy House. They are monitoring with the same entity that is stalking via helicopter, engaging in relevant positioning by helicopter 32581D3. And that's why I captured while the entity is flying over the field to my right. While I am being molested with direct light and while the fake sun is directly over me, that's called relevant position. That's group stalking by helicopter, and that's the same government who the entity is monitoring in concert with Mercy House in relevant position. Let me remind you of their license plates. 8VXU786, 6RBC257, 8BHG899, and doing so while calling themselves in 8WCK498, pulling out of the property. I want to document that. The entity engaging in conduct with Mercy House, that's why the fake sun is here, and it is directly tied to what is relevant positioning by the state that is stalking in a helicopter, flying around the perimeter. That is relevant positioning. That environment is the ongoing environment that the entity is stalking in via helicopter. That is terrorism that's attributed to the people of the state active via Mercy House. They're directly tied to that. All right, the ongoing environment is what is the connection of all of those who are stalking in the path. City of Ontario, 1276728. Stalking and terrorizing by helicopter, June 18, 2021, was this entity engaged in criminal summoning via the City of Ontario who's crossing path. Alrighty, it's 10:06 a.m. And I did capture that video. License 72551U2. US.3371852. Touching with directed light. 8W72753. 8PHU248. This conduct, this documentation that I'm gathering right now on, again, what I'm gathering on Mercy House, I'm gathering on the people of the state. The government itself, the state of California, is already prosecuted. The pattern of conduct is already established. In other words, you are understanding the reach to what are the people of the state who are the criminal with the government. License 54329W1. What I'm gathering on Mercy House right now is as asinine as the entity keeping the fake sun over the Ontario Town Square all day long. All right, this is exactly what the entity does, and that's because you're stalking, and you can't hide the fact that you're stalking. And it's really, really fascinating when you're understanding stalking with an entire environment. AL 48122 Arizona, that's U-Haul, 8FEY 790, Touching with Direct Light, 8GQP 036, Fleet Pride 30890U2, 8RIV 101, 8TIN 328, 525 0283. 6KPN 041, demons just pacing back and forth in opposite directions, 8JFM 448, monitoring with communication devices in engineered light. All right, they're stalking with the government that is maintaining commercial airline planes and flying in relevant position and by helicopter as well. While the fake sun is directly over me, that is speaking to the stalking conduct of an entity. License 8T29315, while the state is keeping the fake sun stationary over 435 South Bondview. Do you understand? It's 10:08 a.m. daylight savings time, 9:08 a.m. Take away daylight savings time. City of Ontario, listening to me prosecute them. License 1602417. That's a Latino male. Staring, a minion, while he's stalking. License 28960V1. The entity keeping a fake sun over Mercy House at 9:08 a.m. as a matter of what is also supposedly rising at the venue. 7SRW499. That is as idiotic as keeping it over the Ontario Town Square, like I was stating. When you are stalking, it is highlighted. All you have to do, and that's what I've done, I'm showing the I have established what is the precedent. So first of all, the presence of Satan, that's a very real thing. The presence of Satan through people, that is demon possession. That is a very real thing. And it is demonstrated through the environment that they are in, as opposed to them walking around looking like dirty beings holding their heads in their hands, like you see in movies. AS524 handicap. That's not what the living dead look like. The living dead are amongst you. They are a real population. They are demon possessed, and they're engaged in what is criminal conduct. The demon possessed, those who are serving Satan, which is a very relevant population, while they're doing so in concert with the government. It's satanic, the surveillance that they are engaging in. AWCK498. And while the entity engages in what is literally, it is first of all, you don't have a question. You're a stalker, and so I will show how you are a stalker. All I have to do is do something different because you're stalking. So you're talking about that stalking activity, that stalking system, that surveillance, your demon possession is highlighted while I engage in that conduct, revealing to you what is that system that exists. 60XH307, 7G82030. And that is demonstrated today as I go before the fake sunrise, 04403P2, to arrive at Mercy House, all right, at 435 South Bondview, 7ZUC307, before the entity is given the opportunity to rise its fake sun over the Ontario Museum, 5UHH989, and then keeping in alignment with me as I customarily walk north of Euclid Avenue to go to Upland. Not today, okay? That is the glaring reveal. That is a glaring inconsistency. That's not the sun. And I've already shown this before, but I'm just showing you what I am doing. 7HDY148, 40458H2. There is, like I said, the pure asininity of stalking repeatedly by let me tell you, it's not asinine. It's serving a purpose. The government shall be subject to the penalty of going to federal prison. And that's necessary. The government's placing you under surveillance. The government is threatening your life. Okay, going to very far extents to kidnap and oppress and silence you, as you allege the fact that weirdos that are in police vehicles are stalking. Okay, and how do you establish that when there are a bunch of strangers, different people, but you are aware of the fact, you have this hunch, you have this instinct, you know intuitively, but you can't prosecute with intuition. Okay, so license plate 7LLG705. This is demonic. Okay, and this is how you have what is the identical behavioral pattern amongst a bunch of strangers. 8XBD660, 6LLU435. There are also a bunch of strangers engaged in an identical behavioral pattern in a very specific environment, and scientific impossibility. 7RXF730 is what characterizes that environment. 8V51846, HD Supply, license 59485U1. So the entity is engaging in this is not just criminal. This is that which is the supernatural. So you were talking about what is under no circumstances designed for an ordinary person to be capable of alleging. 7CVD973, capable of alleging and not facing defamation, which is false. 5Z32081, it is entirely a matter of injustice. It is a substantial injustice where you are falsely defamed, because the ordinary target individual not having the ability, you don't know, all you know is what you are subject to, and it is very real. But you're talking about what is that which is so demented and that which is of the demonic. It is designed to result in what is your defamation. It's supposedly that which is supposed to be inevitable. No, it's not inevitable. So I'm speaking to and documenting what are the psychopaths that are the state of California. These are demons. The psychopaths that are the people of the state, these are demons. All right, and they're engaging in demonic activity while their criminal conduct is literally facilitated through the ongoing conduct of that which is of the demonic. 9F00068, I believe. That's what directed light is about. That's what this fake sun is about. And you're talking about what is establishing the precedent. And as I am aware of, you are stalking with an environment and you're stalking as a people. 5MRP529. And while they are stalking as a people, the way in which you reveal that is you make a stalker stand out like a sore thumb. All right. And so you're talking about while you're following me around, 6AGH039, it will be unmistakable that you are indeed following around and doing so with what is not possibly the sun. There are rules. All right, and supposed scientific facts that govern the conduct of what will be the sun. This is how you're showing what is stalking with the fake sun. As unbelievable as that sounds, it is actually the ongoing occurrence. It is the demonic. That's how you have what is a scientific impossibility. And that is what is intentional presence, where that scientific impossibility follows you around, i.e. stalking with the fake sun, stalking with an environment, stalking with directed light, engaging in what is demonic, while you are engaging in what is surveillance, is relevant to what is federal stalking, interstate stalking. And it is that which is done by the government. While I am here at Mercy House and capturing this asininity, and it's not hard to show a stalker, to be a stalker, because they're following you. Oh, so you're going to follow me when I go and I make it very abundantly clear yet again that you are a demon-possessed stalker acting on behalf of a government, and no person in the state of California is going to avoid a prosecution because of the malice of the system. That's how it's designed. Every single last person is capable of engaging in it and is engaging in it. 1602463. That's why you have such a universal means of stalking with a fake sun. Demons that are stalking with directed light, touching you, molesting, terrorizing. 8JDN048. That's the significance of that. It is capable of maintaining ongoing execution everywhere and at all times. Directed light remains at nightfall. That's what the Ontario Police and this government via helicopter demonstrated last night while they're stalking, and I have multiple shadows. 21218C2, license 5MXP325. While they are stalking and you see the conflicting shadows of the signage at the Ontario Museum, you're looking at what is directed light. The trajectory of the light, that's how shadows are created. You're looking at, that's directed light while they're stalking. 08494J3. This directed light is relevant to what is surveillance that you're subject to. You are stalking when you're engaged in what is surveillance. You are following around to place one under surveillance. 8UVU958. Doing it in the most unfathomable manner, doing it as a group. And this group is demon possessed. That's why they're engaging in what is the conduct of stalking and touching with directed light. That's why they're engaging in the conduct of what is stalking under a fake sun. 8HLT059. License 7MSL214. 42618F3. And 5Z32081. And it's currently 10:15 a.m. So like I said, while I'm documenting the entity engaging in this conduct, this asininity, this is the glaring, you are stalking. It is unmistakable. It's already established, but you're talking about you're talking about what's going to be crickets, silence in federal court. And this is going to federal court. This is not occurring. This is not being documented for naught. All right. This is not being published to the masses for naught. This is speaking to and empowering also other American citizens who are subject to the system. You need not be scared of Satan. Okay. 8VGU 420. Satan is nothing to fear. Satan is literally under your feet. Satan has been waiting for the time that, and fearful of the time, 29764Y1, where that one would reveal not only Satan's presence, but Satan's instruments. Those are the minions. And guess what? They have a specific title. In California, they're referred as the people of the state of California. Demons, 5CIC810, and every single last one of them, okay, to be sought out with the long arm of the law, documented while one minion is engaging in molestation. Every single last one of those minions are documented. This is a criminal system that the government's doing with the people of the state. That's why that environment surrounds you everywhere that you're going. 11477D3. And even as I remain in the city of Ontario on one specific street, showing you what is unmistakable stalking with a light source that's not the sun, that is the documentation of the entire state of California. a license 08858R2, because you have what is a light source that is supposed to be the sun that's remaining over me, speaking to what is the inclusion of every single last person that is in relevant position for their ability to, as an ongoing group, monitor together. That's a template for what's going on everywhere. That is a documentation of the entire state. Okay, so like I said, you don't have to be over, and it is absolutely ridiculous, and it is not the inability to prosecute the government. GNIBU 7YXG885. When you are documenting that ongoing impossibility, that impossibility is occurring, it's present for the ongoing criminal cooperative conduct of the people of the state everywhere that you go. 8YQW516. Therein lies the documentation that is prosecuting the entirety of the people of the state of California. Wherever you live, you will be sought out and you will be prosecuted and identified as the group that you are amongst the people of the state. License 8H81456. That's what is relevant about showing what is a fake sun that is today remaining over 435 South Bonneview, never breaching what is the Ontario Museum of History and Arts, contrary to what I've been documenting for weeks. Every morning that I'm getting up, no matter how early it is, I did that on purpose, okay? And then walking what is remaining on Sundays at Ontario Town Square, remaining in Ontario, and then going Monday through Saturday, going to what is Upland Public Library, where the state is stalking by helicopter, doing so under what is the fake sun. That's the documentation of the people of the state, okay? You're talking about what is the entity stalking with the Ontario Police Department under the fake sun. The Ontario Police Department group stalking under the indirected light last night at the Ontario Museum. They're going to federal prison. The entity engaging in federal stalking by helicopter at Ontario Town Square, where the state kept the fake sun, not only in the morning, remaining in the afternoon. This is where the entity is stalking by helicopter under the fake sun that is over 435 South Bonneview. They are listening to me prosecute them. They're going to federal prison. They engaged in more than one act of criminal summoning. That is a threat to your life and your safety while you're engaging in surveillance with the government that's flying over me while the fake sun's over your venue. That in and of itself, what I'm just documenting right now on podcast, they're going to federal prison for that. It is not separate. The government is doing it with them. While the government provides that documentation, it is against the people of the state. 7M37588. That audible activity, that stalking conduct, that act of terrorism by the government and the same blue and white helicopter that I just captured in video is indeed stalking. That's why it's flying in relevant position right over here while the fake sun is over me. Flying over in the distance is not separate. The fake sun is right here over me. The helicopter is in relevant position. And that's what the entity was doing all day yesterday. That's what the entity has been doing for years. Okay? Doing so over grocery stores, over coffee shops, doing so over public parks, doing so over the vehicle that I may be sleeping in, doing so while I'm sleeping outside at the museum, doing so while I am inside of any the parking lot of the movie theater and the mall. This is the entity has been engaging in this as I'm walking down the street, okay? Stalking by helicopter and in a specific environment. Let me tell you something. While the fake sun remains over 435 to Bonneview, they are listening to what is the evidence with which they are going to federal prison. Okay, and I'm going to run back the tape as to what they are engaging in, stalking and terrorism with the state of California, who's flying over, monitoring me while they are monitoring with that entity via communication devices as the fake sun is right over their property. The same location, by the way, that it is in at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, where the state engaged in rising a fake sun over that property today because I was here in the morning. Oh yeah, they're engaged in surveillance and they're going to federal prison. And the very criminal activity of this government is adding to that prosecution. And there's no getting out of it, whether you want to hold a meeting and keep me out of the building until 11 o'clock in the morning or not. The fake sun is remaining over your building as I remain here. That's P.O.C. It's currently 10:20 a.m. And that was the entity flying over by helicopter. Doing so under the fake sun. It's 10:20 in the morning at 435 South Bonneview. This is P.O.C. That is facilitation, audible activity creation, and light activity as they use the train tracks. And I did capture an image of that. It's 10:26 a.m. License 8KMS 684. That's amplification of a plane that is already hovering, and you're just playing a tape of a sound of a plane while you're flying over for Mercy House, where the fake sun is right over me. And that is United Airlines. And I captured an image of that. That is United Airlines flying over Mercy House, flying right over my head. That's called relevant positioning. That's group stalking. They're crossing path and doing so in an airplane under the same exact fake sun. And by under the fake sun, I mean hovering over. I've documented the entity flying above its fake sun, by the way. That is particularly funny. It's pathetic. But like I said, this light source is always where these minions are circulating and concentrating their plane and helicopter activity. And again, if that was the actual sun, they would be burned up. They are dangerously close. For example, when it's hovering over the San Bernardino County building at 150 East Hope Boulevard. And by the way, it's 9:28 a.m. And the entity is keeping the fake sun over whatever venue it is. And then you'll see the plane fly over it, and they're hovering together. It is contrary to common sense. 50964T2. 50964T2. You're seeing what is, first of all, the building that would burn up. APFN 863 if it was the actual sun. 287LL, the sun, by the actual sun, I mean the sun that we are told about, that's supposedly this gaseous ball of fire, and it's so hot it's gonna burn us all. It's hovering over the top of the building, and then the state is flying over the fake sun. Bad chick listening to me documented, she's stalking again. JJR285, honey, she is stalking the bad chick. Okay, that's why bad chick is a loser. She's a demon, and she is not a bad chick. She's a demon-possessed stalker. Okay, who doesn't even know herself, doesn't like herself, and obviously doesn't have a life. I am the most important thing to her. She serves Satan. I'm the center of the universe. That's why a fake sun is over my head while she's repeatedly crossing path. That's BADCHIK. License plate, APNT979. Only thing true about that license plate is the identification of that minion that's driving that vehicle. All right, it's currently 10:29 a.m. UPS crossing path, and that's criminal summoning, the use of sirens. License 6DJC255. 30450B3. UPS license plate is 11088U2. Touching with directed light. The entity using a Toro construction vehicle, Toro spelled T-O-R-O, to cross path light activity, audible activity. 5WKV600. 82009F2. 5XCA593. It's currently 10:30 a.m. All right, molesting with directed light at 8SIG149. That's a demon. And Snap-on is crossing path, driving on State Street while I'm being molested with directed light. They are in relevant position, monitoring with a communication device while that ongoing terrorist and sexually violent touching with engineered light serving to monitor me and threaten my life while the government is doing so. Snap-on as a company is engaging in that pattern of conduct. They are in relevant position. 8MOG927. License 6LJE116, and I did capture an image of Snap-on loitering in relevant position on State Street. It is 10:35 a.m. And I captured video of what is the fake sun that remains over my head at the venue of 435 South Bonneview, at Bonneview in Ontario, where the state engaged in keeping a fake sun at supposedly sunrise, okay? And it remains here, not possibly seen over anywhere near the property or being over the roof of the Ontario Museum, contrary to what I'm showing you as I remain at that property. 8 o'clock, 6, 7, 8, 9 o'clock, okay? 6M68 632 as I get up and walk to Upland, California. 27722A1 6AGH039, which again, I'm also reminding you about what I captured yesterday, where I am at the Ontario Village Shopping Center, where the light source is not remaining stationary. It is remaining over me as I'm at the museum, and then as I proceed to walk on Hope Boulevard. 7JZU735, and the fake sun is remaining over me, moving in real time, while the Ontario police are documented on video. And let me get this third party, 10935B3, license 8EVJ218, and directed light on the asphalt while they cross path. The entity keeping the fake sun over me while I'm in motion walking on Hope Boulevard, meaning I'm not stationary as I am here. That's why the fake sun, this is how you're seeing what is a glaring picture of stalking with the fake sun, a scientific impossibility. What happened to being over the roof of the Ontario Museum of History and Arts when I'm there at 8:11 in the morning, 8:21 in the morning, 8:13 in the morning? It's over the roof. It's over me while I'm standing at the Emporia dead end, okay? It's over my head while I'm showing you what is the station. That's not over 435 South Bonneview. The directed light and the light source remains over me as I walk in the direction north, as I walk east or west on Hope Boulevard. That's exactly what I documented while I'm at the same time where I'm capturing this video at 10:30. Yesterday at 10:30, or 10:29 specifically, which is the same time, you're talking about what is the fake sun that's over my head as it remains over me coming from the museum to the Ontario Village Shopping Center. All right, and let me be clear. The light source is directly over my head while I'm in that parking lot, and I'm showing you the fake sun, and I'm reminding you about what is later in the day, as I've documented at that same venue, 11:59, coming from the Ontario Town Square, which was what I documented Amazon Prime engaging in, flying over my head while the fake sun is over me at 11:59, and I'm there at an earlier time, and the light source is over my head in that same position. That's stalking with light. 6DAX176, that's the substance of what I'm reminding you of as I'm capturing that video yesterday. And today, 7TJR059. Today, as I'm remaining at 435 South Bonneview, the light source has not exceeded beyond this street of Bonneview. It's remaining over 435 South Bonneview. It is not over and capable of being over or seen in the direction of the Ontario Museum of History and Art as I am turning around and facing east, showing you that light source that remains over the building. It is not northwest behind over the roof of the Ontario Museum at the same time. All right, nor is it remaining as I am walking in and already am present as a matter of documentation in the city of Upland. And yesterday, it is also, with regard to where I'm at yesterday, I remain in Ontario and I go to the Ontario Village. It is not over that parking lot. It is directly where you see it over 435 South Bonneview. Very exclusive to what is maintenance of presence over my head. Also over this same property, in alignment with me at this property for in excess of 3 hours. You're talking about what is supposedly the sunrise, which I captured on video. All right, and it remains here, okay? So, and it remains here because I'm here, and that is the conduct, that's the pattern of conduct. That's not the sun, though. All right, it's not at the same time over any vantage point over, so you're not looking at the property of the Ontario Village and seeing the light source that's directly over your head. This is speaking to what is I'm capturing exactly where it is, the direction I'm facing. All of this is probative. The ongoing directed light conduct is probative as well. You're not only stalking under the fake sun, demons that are stalking with directed light are stalking under the fake sun, which is right where I am. License 8PFE325. The entity is engaging in this conduct also with regard to evidence that is also coexisting. Absent what is daylight savings time, that would be 9:29 a.m., 9:30 a.m. Guess where I'm at? I'm already in Upland. Okay, you're talking about what is remaining at the Upland Public Library, the Upland City Hall, or walking all around the perimeter, maintaining presence while demons are molesting with directed light, and I'm showing you video after video, which already exists. The fake sun is over my head in the city of Upland. That is not coexisting nor occurring while the light source, that's not the sun in other words, that's remaining over here at 435 South Bonneview. That's the light source. That's the demonic environment that I'm surrounded by while I'm subject to surveillance. While the entity is sounding sirens, that's criminal summoning. While the entity is engaging in stalking by planes and helicopters, that's terrorism by the people of the state and the state acting directly, i.e. helicopter, okay? So it's currently 10:39 a.m., 6C71722, I believe. And that's P.O.C, that's the significance of the video that I just captured. And I remain at the same intersection from 7 o'clock in the morning since Cynthia engaged in what is an act of harassment while she's engaged in state surveillance. And doing so while the state has kept its fake sun right here at the same intersection, not going anywhere near any Hope Boulevard car wash, any Ontario Museum of History and Arts, any Ontario Village Shopping Center, Stater Brothers parking lot, Starbucks, none of that, like I documented yesterday as I was at those venues. And as I've already published when I'm in the city of Upland already, or in the city of Fontana, which is documentation that remains relevant. 7CTM670 engaged in prolonged surveillance. License 28346D2. License 4117499. That's a Maine license plate, the state of Maine, on the back of this large truck. Merchants, crossing path 3845. I can't see the rest of them, but that's Merchants Landscaping. License 8WHV959. It's 10:40 a.m. Bell Cap. Driving on this little side street to engage in the P.O.C. 43557H3, vehicle 1783. License 75704C3, 8EMW538. And they're engaging in the conduct. Those demons know what they've been documenting because the fake sun was remaining over me while I'm being driven on the property of Ontario Airport, 79912W2. Ontario Police Group stalking under the fake sun, license plate 1462880, vehicle 1824, with a relevant sign talking about out of service. They're not out of service. They are group stalking. They are demon possessed. They are in a police vehicle. They are wearing police uniforms. They are monitoring with the people of the state. It is currently 10:41 a.m. That's amplified audible activity over 435 South Bondview under the fake sun at 10:41 a.m. All right, that's Amazon Prime. Monitoring with Amazon 1283683, I believe, and Ontario police who remain in relevant position crossing path driving north on Bondview. 47033J3. It is currently 10:42 a.m. 8 ESW 875. And again, while companies such as Amazon Prime, who engage in ongoing terrorism while you're monitoring the documentation, and that's exactly what you're doing when you're engaged in the P.O.C. and the American citizen begins documenting it based on the nature of the crime. So you're talking about what is a delusional cycle. You are being documented. What you're doing is not a mystery, and you continue to engage in that. That is reaching into the company of Amazon Prime and holding them accountable. That is, you are going to federal prison, and that as a matter of justice, and that is speaking to that specific company. You're not hiding behind a sense of anonymity or a logo name. The government, sure enough, cannot help you either. 6KAY 973 58035F1, Ontario Montclair School District with directed light 11200733. That says bus number 113. License 7YGB 804. The entity is engaging in what is conduct, which is the grounds of federal prison, and doing so through the people of the state who utilize companies to engage in that. All right. License 72918V1. And so it's a matter of 8MOV832. It is a matter of the people of the state and the ways in which you are understanding how the government engages in through the people. The people are going to be going to federal prison. 18347H3. Whether you want to do it through some representative that you will assign a position to serve federal prison terms when your company is documented engaging in surveillance and terrorism, because that company is documented and you will be serving what is time in federal prison with regard to what is the ability to hold that company accountable while it is terrorizing and surveilling, molesting and harassing an American citizen on behalf of and in concert with the government. License 28551S2. And that's serving for what is to be universal policy. Because this is how the government is doing it through the people of the state. And it is absurd that if you think, whatever it is that you think is contrary to what is the reality, this is revealing the system, this is how it works, this is how it operates, this is what they are engaging in, and this is the threat posed to the American citizen subject to it, 7J90606. And as a matter of justice, you're talking about what is federal prison. In addition to what is draining the pockets of those companies, the people of the state that engage in that conduct, using their brands, trying to make a buck while they're terrorizing. 7K34619. It's currently 10:44 a.m. This is patrolling over Mercy House. Under the fake sun. That plane's not setting on fire. It continues to fly right under the fake sun. That is United Airlines. License 31598W2, Ontario Fire 1516113, vehicle 776. License 8PYV845, 7ULZ453, 6MNR701. It's 10:45 a.m. 8K01051. 7AML380. Zero 735 7Z1 5TQL 904 8CAB 520. All right, now as I have already published, as I've already pointed out to you, which is the case and it remains the case, you have what is the entity stalking in the path with the demonic pattern of what is flashing of light. All right, this is affiliated with what is Medina's Auto Body, Ontario Master Towing. And I want to be clear, these venues on the venue of the internet on Google stating that they're permanently closed, that's not deterring documentation. 04833K3, but I want to be clear, they demonstrate on the internet that they're permanently closed while these venues are engaging in the pattern of conduct using the same business properties to engage in POC with these minions that are engaging in business where you're present. It's under the guise of business, but they're engaged in surveillance. Creating light activity is 28551S2. That's on track. That's what in directed light while he crosses path, 5ZZA591. and at what is the an auto body shop, which is right here on Bonneview. Okay, license 4K59355. And I want to point out these same venues are on Google publishing that they are permanently closed. They're not. 1SJM782, 6VLE070. Medina's auto body is not publishing that they're permanently closed, but Ontario Master Towing publishing that they're permanently closed. What is on Google, like I said, it's not. They're on there, and you're able to go on and edit that information. Any minion that is, for example, documented in the parking lot of the Ontario Montclair Plaza can go on there and change it and state that the Ontario Plaza is permanently closed. And then I can go on there and put, no, it's not. It is open. I was just there today. I bought some shoes at the mall. They're able to edit it. Okay, 1580341. Like I said, it is subject to what is contribution by the demons who are monitoring the documentation, by the way, 7KYR233. And also Google is not any, provides no scientific value. The mapping provides when you look at the street view, the fake sun is over all of the properties, over every address that you're looking at. And you can, that's not the conduct of the actual sun, but that is speaking to what is, by the way, 6X98172. What is the conduct of the pattern of, what is the captioning of the pattern of conduct as it's underway in the state of California? That is literally the system in operation. You see the fake sun over any address that you put, you'll see the light source over it. That's what's occurring when I am looking at these addresses, regardless of where it's located. The light source is always above it. That's not the actual sun, and that's an impossibility, and it's also something that you need to pay attention to. 8VXE469. You also see engineered light. You can also see the directed light in the documentation. Excuse me, not in the documentation, in my documentation. I'm referencing Google. When you look at Street View, you can see the engineered light. License. This is something that has been long existing. The evidence is made bare, all right? It's not hidden. It's in plain sight. 7G63320. It's a matter of understanding what you are looking at. 8FUW148, and it's not normal light activity. It's not the product of sunlight, and the actual sun is not remaining over every single address in the state of California. And it's also not doing that at the same time. All right, and it's also not doing that for the duration of an entire day. License 8YQW385, the entity engaging in what is the provision of understanding the P.O.C. while you are literally looking at what is Google, looking at the street view as you are seeing what is also directed light. When you can see the environment. State surveillance is underway in the state of California, and it's a demonic environment that is clearly revealed. 7YRV897, providing for you what is, let me be clear, you're looking at the directed light, it's right in your face. You are subject to surveillance in the state of California. And you're talking about it is in concert with the entity. All right. So this is light activity. This minion is monitoring while a demon is at state and Bonneview creating light. 8KUX513 and pacing in the opposite direction is another minion with no license plate. That's funny to me. It's 10:49 a.m. They're all under the fake sun. License 7206 2R1. License 7AVT794. It's currently 10:50 a.m. (5E6200), I believe. License plate 6CWG557 8L32952. License 7TKV680. Capturing video, what is relevant to what is 9:50 a.m. It is 10:50 a.m. where I capture the video because I'm bearing in mind what is the daylight savings time. So 10:50 a.m. is relevant to what I captured on January 27, 2022 at 9:50 a.m. where the fake sun is remaining over my head in the same way that it is at 435 South Bonneview in Ontario where I've remained since supposed sunrise. And the entity is keeping the fake sun 1JACQUIT. Let me get this lights away. 4TYS160, where I'm remaining since supposedly sunrise, and the entity is keeping a fake sun over me at Mercy House at 435 South Bonneview. And you're remembering when I'm starting at what is 630 North Fern, and I go to the B&G Plaza, and then I get on the bus and go toward what is Pomona, where I remain. 9:03 a.m. I'm capturing the minions of the Pomona Police Department. Fake sun's right over my head, central. Just like it is here, where I have gone nowhere, not even to the museum where the state's fake sun is over me as I get up in the morning. The state is keeping the fake sun here at Mercy House, where minions are crossing path and stalking with the government. Surveillance is what it's called. 6ZYC220, 677 67763B3. And they are doing so while the fake sun is remaining stationary over Mercy House. Let me be clear. That which is over Mercy House is not going to be seen from the property of the Pomona Regional Transit Center, where I'm also showing you what is nothing other than clearly the fake sun that remains in the window of the Omnitrans bus and remains over my head as I'm at Pomona Regional Transit Center. And you see the demons of Omnitrans and Foothill Transit stalking in the path with directed light in the same way that the Ontario Montclair School District demonstrated this morning. Demons, sex offenders, the perpetual sex offender, molesting, harassing, terrorizing with directed light while they're engaging in surveillance. That is what I just captured right now on video at 10:50. The state's keeping a fake sun over 435 South Bondview, the same property where the state is following from Ovid Family Community Library to this property, meaning it was not present at any sunrise, not remaining present as I am driven to this venue after on February 4, 2022. It arrives as I arrive, as I show in video, and I am here after 1 o'clock in the afternoon where the fake sun is present. All right, that's the ongoing surrounding with the direct evidence of what is a stalker, a demon-possessed stalker, and doing so as an entity. 8ZDD082. That is City of Ontario crossing path again. I already read those demons license plates. It is currently 10:56 a.m. That's video that I just captured at 435 South Bondview, being documented while the fake sun remains over their venue and all manner of terrorism and federal stalking is underway. 8SYR535, including while I am outside and they are inside in relevant position. 6UYX457, monitoring with these minions who I'm identifying by license plate and identifying that demon-possessed population who's engaging in this criminal system in the state of California. It's currently 10:56 a.m. Those are the demons of what is Medina's Auto Parts and the demons who are stalking in the path in my video with directed light, engaging and conversing with them. They're monitoring. 8YVU178. 8SNW553. And the occurrence of that directed light directly rebuts what are demons who need to engage in the appearance of conduct that is outside and distinct from you. They are present under the fake sun and cross path in directed light. 34314C2, the same. Directed light while they are having a conversation, which is centered on their car while they are stalking under the fake sun. 10:57 a.m. This is P.O.C. These are African Americans, by the way, who are group stalking and monitoring, targeting another African American with law enforcement, with the government, and then want to talk about Black Lives Matter in California. 84823 and 2. This is the demonic system. And it is the posture of the pathetic while they're stalking you, acting like they're doing something else, keeping that third eye on you. This is the P.O.C. It is currently 10:57 a.m. This is license plate 8YQW385. And I read their license plate that they're standing around. Medina's Auto Parts was using their license plate to engage in the pattern of conduct, pacing in and out of that property. And that is the documentation of the people of the state. So like I said, Medina's using their car. And not only that, they drove up in another car monitoring as well. And they're monitoring right now while they're talking about the car that Medina's used to engage in the P.O.C. earlier. 5TQL904. And then let me specifically reference, they're standing around what is the handicap license plate 525KA. License 6BBJ107. On City of Ontario, 1567698, just pacing up and down the street. It's 10:58 a.m.
I can tell it.
Alrighty, molesting 8T85047, 5HZN104, 14975F2, and molesting while I'm operating my phone, 8PUT063. They are demons engaged in interstate stalking. Okay, and it is currently, by the way, 10:59 a.m. 8ZEN729, 6CZK878, G833LV, that's an out-of-state license plate, 1REDTJ. Let me be clear, what I'm documenting again, what the entity, the demonic activity, these freaks that are stalking with the government, like I said, when I'm this is the same exact entity that stalks in bathrooms, 7EUG797. Then you'll have the entity that will be present in relevant position in the bathroom. The same exact pattern of conduct is underway. 95545U2, and this delusional psychopath, that is the entity, the people of the state, stalking in bathrooms as though the pattern of conduct just stops all of a sudden. 21404V2. All right. So like I said, this is the delusional psychopath. This is a very violent sex offender. And this is the people of the state that are molesting on the streets under fake sun. 9E4815, I believe. Yeah, 9E48156767 6GYP396. These sex offenders are stalking in bathrooms to continue to engage in maintaining presence all around. It's obsessive, hovering, paranoid level stalking, including in private spaces. HCZR654. And these same demons that are molesting and terrorizing and surrounding with directed light are in bathrooms, engaging in relevant positioning in concert with the government. Okay. Is this Ontario Police? This very much is at 10 o'clock in the morning. Let's get this. I'm ready. 95545U2 onto the property of Mercy House. It's currently 11:03 a.m. And that is the minion using the door as a means of audible activity, walking around and engineer light on the property. This is speaking to what is the pattern of conduct underway by those at Mercy House, okay, where the state's kept a fake sun over the property. A minion coming and donating blankets is the P.O.C. Already, the ongoing light is over the property. They are in directed light while they're donating blankets to a facilitating venue that is under the fake sun. It is currently 11:03 a.m. and that is again license 95545U2. This is P.O.C. You're going to recall again 11:04 is the current time. With reference to, again, my documentation, we're an hour back because it's daylight savings time, and so that's what I'm referencing. It is also relevant to what the state is doing yesterday. Daylight savings time started yesterday. Fake sun, I'm remaining at the not only the Ontario Village, and then I walk back toward the Ontario Town Square, okay? But what remains relevant is the time, and so that's why I'm remaining cognizant, and I'm doing it literally an hour later than it is because of the hour ahead that we set our clocks, if that makes sense. So it's 11:04. This is referencing the documentation, so it is the same time as what would be 10:04 a.m. 10:04 a.m., 10:05 a.m., 10:06, 10:07, 10:08, 10:09. Where am I at? Oh, I'm in Upland, California. I am in Fontana, California. I am remaining present. I'm inside of the Upland Public Library, showing you what is the fake sun over my head, facing the Carnegie Library. Right now, it's 11:05 a.m., so I'm going to capture video. This is the same time frame, and this is the maintenance of the fake sun over the not Upland. I remain in Ontario at 435 South Bondview, where, by the way, the fake sun moved backwards from the curb where you see it moving into close. It's right here over me where I'm standing at the property. That's what I'm going to capture right now at 11:05. P.O.C. That's the entity. Like clockwork starting playing. That's why they're going to federal prison. Okay, who's this company? That is American Airlines. P.O.C. Alrighty, capturing what is not only the pattern of conduct. What else are you aware of with the pattern of conduct? The pattern of conduct is underway by what is the perpetual sex offender. Bathroom monitoring underway at the venue of Mercy House. Using what are the methods of the entities engaging in sexual violence, a sex offender that is stalking and monitoring using airplanes and helicopters, just as I showed in video. This is the conduct of the demon possessed who are engaged in ongoing surveillance together as an entity, placing you under surveillance, all right? And that is what is going on. That's what you're cognizant of while I'm documenting what is nothing other than the P.O.C. at Mercy House. It's currently 11:08 a.m. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, you see what is the pattern of conduct underway, aiming what is impossible light activity inside of the venue. And what you're paying attention, first of all, this is the pattern of what is the wooden little cover that's outside of the entrance doors. There's like the wooden little patio covering. You are seeing the pattern, that pattern that's shown through the light. That is outside of the door. That is the directed light that is aiming at an angle, light activity inside of the venue into the doorway. That's impossible light. The wooden patio cover is outside of the door. If the light source is above the venue, then that would be creating the shadows of the pattern that is outside of the door, not aiming inside of the door. This is creating light activity while the demons are pacing in and out of the venue. They do so pursuant to what I'm doing as I'm doing it. The entity is amplifying plane activity inside of the venue and sounding train activity inside of the venue while you have this angular trajectory of directed light, which includes the pattern of the wooden patio above the door that's outside of the door. If you are looking at that light activity, that's absolutely impossible light activity, and that is seeing how what you're looking at, the trajectory of the light, the angling of directed light, this is demonic, and that's how you're seeing that, and it's absolutely impossible light. The patio, the shadow of that patio through the light is not going to result and be present inside of the building. And then you also have what is the stationary light that's just appearing on the floor inside of the office, and also the light activity that I showed you, which is appearing underneath the window. The patio blinds shadow light activity is appearing on the floor. That is the trajectory of directed light, not light activity that's going to result from a light source, by the way, that is above the building. Okay, that is serving what is the pacing by demons in and out of the door. They are doing so pursuant to what I'm doing as I'm doing it.
This is stalking activity by the demon possessed. This is the P.O.C. inside of Mercy House. It is currently 11:30 a.m. The entity is also engaging the demonic pattern of stalking with activity via planes and train based on what I am doing. This is an entire demonic entity following, audibly, following physically, crossing path, and crossing path by planes as well, and crossing path in what is engineered light. All right, and they're doing it all together in sync. This is at what is 435 South Bonneview, 11:31 a.m., which is 10:31 a.m. while I'm at the Upland Public Library. None of this light activity would result, even if I didn't already have documentation showing the fake sun over me, over the roof of the Upland Public Library while I'm in the city of Upland already. This is impossible in every single way, and these are demons that are maintaining presence, stalking inside of the venue with those who work at the venue, which is nothing other than a facilitating venue. It's 11:31 a.m. P.O.C. 4JPB 383. Monitoring, bathroom monitoring. The entity flashing with directed light across the bathroom wall while I'm standing at the door. This is at Mercy House where I showed you the fake sun is over me. And where I showed you yesterday, the fake sun is directly over me at the Wells Fargo at 1235 and directly over me at the Ontario Open Family Community Library. That is the P.O.C. That's a demon, and that's a sex offender. And they're on surveillance cameras at Mercy House. 312-172. This is bathroom monitoring at Mercy House. It's currently 12:48 p.m. That's amplification inside. Flying right over the building. Fake sun remains over Mercy House. This is P.O.C. It's 1:26 p.m. That's exactly what they're doing at the Ontario Town Square, where the fake sun was remaining over the Ontario Town Square, over the Ovid Family Community Library, flying over me there, flying over me at the museum. Right? This is the entity engaging in the pattern of conduct at Mercy House, 1:26 p.m. All right, the minion you see pacing back and forth, going in and out of the door, going by the name of Francisco, and exiting on surveillance cameras at 1:33 p.m. Not acting by himself. This is the ongoing demonic behavioral pattern by those who are pacing around in engineered light, acting with the state that's pacing via airplanes and what is engineered light while they do so, coming in and out of the door, walking in and out, crossing path and doing so. And these are literal psychopaths. They're going to the microwave. This is their form for pacing back and forth, going to the microwave, going to the clipboard, looking for hand sanitizer, asking a question while they're going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. This is demonic activity. And again, this minion's going by the name of what is Francisco. It's 1:33 p.m. capturing that still image of this demon that's darting in and out of the door. It's also captured on surveillance cameras. It's P.O.C.
How are you?
I'm sorry, you're the one that helped me. What's your name again?
Bianca.
Bianca? Okay, thanks, Bianca. Bianca is here monitoring at Mercy House as well. It is 1:35 p.m. and the personnel are monitoring with the clients, supposedly their minions, engaging in state surveillance. Including Miss Cynthia walking out in directed light carrying in a box is her form while I'm recording on my podcast. So you're talking about what is stalking with activity. It's 1:35 p.m. and they are all under the fake sun. Pacing in and out of the venue is creating amplified audible activity while the entity flies over by plane, uses train. Pacing in and out is creating light activity and crossing path and engineered light. And the fake sun remains over 435 South Bonneview. This is P.O.C. It's currently 1:35 p.m. Stalking license 72427D3 56526X1. Stalking under what is the fake sun, which I documented 1:36 p.m. And remember, this is daylight savings time, so this is 12:36 p.m. with regard to the documentation that I've been documenting since November 2021. 4CLR 829, I believe. 5GKD 226. 7BIE 123. Molesting. And this is Olivia's auto body molesting at 416 South Bonneview Avenue. You guys aren't out of service, aren't you? You guys are open? Yeah, on Google it says you're permanently closed. They're here engaging in federal stalking, and the perpetual sex offender is monitoring in relevant position at what is Olivia's auto body. Okay, they are not permanently closed, contrary to what it's reflected on Google. All right, where the entity is monitoring your documentation, that's the sort of chicanery you get online. It doesn't matter, you're not avoiding prosecution. I just want to point that out to you. 8BES 716, and this minion monitoring 5W 46919, directed light under the vehicle, that's impossible light activity, 8TCZ231, and I captured at 1:36 p.m. As I stated, you have what is the fake sun that is remaining directly over my head at the property of what is 435 South Bonneview, which is Mercy House. Where the same Mercy House where I was located this morning, where the fake sun was rising. License BLX 4413, that's Arizona. This is the impossibility by virtue of that, just isolating it to Mercy House. The sun rising, and the sun is remaining over that property at 1:36 in the afternoon. Yeah, that's the pattern of conduct. That's not the actual sun. In addition to that, my documentation goes beyond that. The fake sun is over me yesterday at the Ovid Family Community Library, 3 WBC 474-93888J3, which happens to be the property that I came from on February 4th, 2022, where the light source was not rising over any 435 South Bonneville remaining present till this present time. Contrary to that, it's actually the direct opposite. The light source is over me while I'm starting in Ontario, and the fake sun is rising over me there. And that's where I'm capturing as I go from the B&G Plaza to the Ovid Family Community Library. And I arrive here after 11 o'clock in the morning, whereas you see by the documentation, the fake sun is directly over the 280 Northland Apartments. That is how you understand what is criminal summoning. While Ontario Police Department are present at the Ovid Family Community Library, that is not over the 435 South Bonneville. Daylight savings time or not. That is the documentation that surrounds an entity that is, first of all, demon possessed and is engaging in surveillance. All right, that's what the ongoing creation of literally an artificial universe. And when you're talking about a fake sun, this is an artificial universe. This is a scientific impossibility with regard to what we have been told about, what we understand about the so-called star that is the sun. That under no circumstances would remain over a property for more than half of the day, which is what I just documented at what is 435 South Bonneville. In no way present or capable of coexisting. In other words, not the sun that is over my head as I'm documenting 24 hours ago at the Ovid Family Community Library, where I am seated. I'm not at the entrance area, I'm seated right in the front of the library that faces the McCarthy construction site. And the fake sun is right there over my head. And that's what I capture upon my exit as I remain at that venue of 435 South Bonneville. And this is just punctuating documentation that is already published with regard to the criminal conduct that is underway in concert with the people of the state at Mercy House 435 South Bonneville in Ontario, California. And in conformity to the pattern of conduct, that impossibility, because that's exactly why you have what is now the fake sun that is moving as I move, leaving that property. That's the stalker, that are Mercy House, that are the people of the state. Okay, so like I said, that is how you are understanding the stalker, not based on some false notion of where you think you belong or what you think your claim is as to avoiding a prosecution for being, first of all, engaged in interstate stalking with the government and a demon-possessed stalker. That's exactly what you are. The entity is stalking with an entire environment, and it is a scientific impossibility, as a matter of fact. And that scientific impossibility is revealing what I have addressed at the outset, that this is demonic. All right, and you are witnessing the demon possessed engaging in what is an entirely malicious criminal system, and literally the entity hands over, a wealth of documentation. I've already surrounded you. You're talking about what is a fake sun, and then the entity flies right over my head where the fake sun is. You're already aware of what are the pattern of conduct by the government that's stalking by plane and helicopter. The entity is prosecuting the people of the state, literally handing it over to me. Not that I need it, because I did it when the entity was trying to hide the fact that they were stalking by planes, trying to hide the fact that they were stalking by helicopter. And by hide, I mean when I started recording, would immediately disappear. When you are caught, and I caught them. So you're talking about what does the entity do when they're caught? What that idiot did in the Ontario police vehicle yesterday? When the entity gets caught doing what it, believe me, does not intend to be caught doing on video camera, it will engage in more of it. Okay? And the entity does that not only because you're dealing with a psychopath, you're dealing with the demonic. You are talking about what is, first of all, an intent to engage in that which is in plain sight and that is supposed to suggest the absence of any consciousness of guilt or the awareness that you're being documented or knowledge as to, or for example, the suggestion that, oh, it's so foolish, it's so criminal, why would I do it in plain sight if I know you're documenting? All of these false notions, all right, that is in no way addressing what is the environment that you're in. This is how you are understanding the stalker. What is the pattern of your presence in incredible manners, such as by helicopter in this specific environment, day and night. All right, and this is one person, which is what I am, one person documenting an ongoing, for a term of years, the ongoing presence of stalking in incredible manners, such as by helicopter, not just over an environment where I'm at. You're talking about over my head, wherever it is that I happen to remain, over the building. You're talking about what is amplifying such activity, indicating that ongoing stalking, amplified audible activity of helicopter if I'm inside of a building, doing so while I have been subject to what are fictitious prosecutions by this entity that then engages in the blatant criminal conduct in plain sight after it is caught doing so. None of this is suggesting anything other than what it is that I have established. I am dealing with the demon-possessed who do not have a legal argument and are literally relying on what is going to be, in other words, some sort of, aside from, these are arguments on, it's not even argument, excuse me. These are, I would say, tangential concerns that do not address what are the core issues. How you are identifying a stalker when it is a system of surveillance by the government. And with inability to address that, we're talking about engaging in more of that conduct. And all in doing that, all the entity is seeking to do, which is all that it can do, is try to suggest that by virtue of engaging in more of it, because it's monitoring the documentation, by engaging in more of it, you are suggesting or trying to suggest, and it is unpersuasive, and it is also irrelevant. It's irrelevant insofar as it's not any sort of argument on the part of the state or the people of the state. This is the entity engaging in what is analyzed actually as the impermissible threat. You're monitoring the documentation, and you are continuously engaging in that conduct upon monitoring documentation of American citizen whom you are placing under surveillance. That's what it's legally relevant to. The entity engages in the demonic pattern of stalking more. That's what the entity did last night. 5 additional times stalking by helicopter. That is not in any way suggesting that you are not stalking by helicopter in any way, or suggesting that you're ignorant of the documentation. It is speaking to what is an incredible occurrence that continuously occurs, and I'm also showing you what is consistent with this ongoing incredible occurrence in and of itself, the fact that it's in a specific environment. All right, and I'm also letting you know what is relevant to this specific environment and this ongoing occurrence. Oh, the entity is monitoring. So they are doing so with knowledge of the fact that you are pointing it out. All right, that you are aware of it, that you are documenting it. The entity being under a fake sun that is not at the same time anywhere over the roof of the Upland Public Library, while at over the Ovid Family Community Library, for example, over the face of the library that faces the construction site, and also over 435 South Bondview. The light source did not advance in any direction west, by the way. It rose and remained over 435 South Bondview. That's exactly what it did. Okay? And you are talking about what is stalking by helicopter. That is, and this is how I'm stating, the inability to address what is the core issue, what are the elements of monitoring, what is the pattern of stalking by an entity and a government. Engaging in more of it, which is what the foolish conduct that the entity engages in when it is caught, because it has no intention of ever being documented. For example, engaging in what is directed light. The entity engaged in more of it upon my capturing it on video. And that is speaking to what is the conduct of the supernatural. They're admitting, thereby they are demon possessed. There is nothing under the actual sun that doesn't exist that's going to result in that sort of light activity, period, ever. Okay, so it's 1:49 p.m. Omnitrans is here, license 1545806, and on surveillance cameras you will see Ontario PD crossing the path at the same time. That's amplified audible activity, and oh yeah, sure. And here's my bus pass. Okay. You will see on surveillance cameras of Omnitrans, this license plate that I just cited, Ontario Police crossing the path, and they're also on traffic cameras, and that is at 1:50 p.m. as I'm getting on the bus. That amplified audible activity, which is competing with the ability to talk on a phone, that's amplification, okay? And that is the ongoing pattern while the fake sun is over me, while I'm on Omnitrans, and the fake sun remains over me. And so you're remembering what I did yesterday. And so I remained at the Ovid Family Community Library. Then I go to the Metro 102 apartments. This is very specific placement of the light source. And it is also, not only is it specific, it is the ongoing revealing of a stalking with a light source that is not possibly the sun, as I have alleged and as I have substantiated in direct evidence of that. And it is also speaking to what is the absence of the light source that would be identified as the sun over any other city, as it's remaining directly over me. It is not maintaining ongoing mutual presence over the Ovid Family Community Library, and also over the roof, over my head at 435 South Bondview, in addition to being over the roof, for example, as I remain during the day at the Upland Public Library. We're at the venues that I'm stating, the entity is also engaging in keeping that light source there for the duration of the day until the end of the day, which is exactly what the entity did yesterday at Ontario Town Square. Yet, while I'm on the 61 route bus going eastbound on Hope Boulevard right now, which is an entirely different thing than I did yesterday, right? I remain in relatively one small location, which is what I stated I have done for purposes for your understanding what is remaining with a light source. When I engage in something vastly different, going from city to city, for example, remaining at one address from what's supposedly sunrise until the middle of the day, you see the fake sun remain over me right there from sunrise until the middle of the day. And then engaging in what is abrupt departure, maintaining presence directly over my head as I do not go to Upland, I'm going toward Fontana, and the fake sun is remaining directly over me. This is the pattern of conduct, and so the entity engages in what is stalking as it is captured engaging in that stalking conduct. And it is, again, what I'm stating, it is legally relevant because you were talking about what is establishing the prima facie case, but I am in every way addressing the conduct and the character of the demon-possessed population because it's necessary to know what you are dealing with. It is not relevant with regard to establishing the P.O.C. The P.O.C. is just that, the pattern of conduct, and you are incapable of in any way addressing the fake sun that you are under, the directed light that you are present in concert with, and your ongoing stalking activity. You are a stalker in that environment. That's why that impossible environment is present. You are also a stalker as you are acting directly, and this is what the entity is doing through the Ontario Police Department, who provide a wealth of documentation to their own demise, okay, while they are monitoring the documentation, which in no way is suggesting that they are doing anything other than the stalking conduct that is alleged against them. You're talking about what are foolish, demon-possessed, and proud criminals, all right, and their pride is they don't have anything to be proud about. They are caught red-handed. KBB, I can't say that last bit, that not only are they caught red-handed with regard to what is the evidence that I have published, going to the extent to show you what is indeed an entire environment that a government is using to place one under surveillance in concert with the people. You are caught while you are engaging in that, and the entity engaging in this stalking conduct through an agency that has repeatedly also engaged in kidnapping. All right, while this surveillance system remained underway then and remains underway now. That criminal conduct is exactly what was underway while they engaged in what was kidnapping on multiple occasions. And this is the criminal conduct by that agency that has zero legitimacy, all right? And is literally caught as the criminal that it is in its pure, unadulterated form. All right, and that's exactly what I intend to reveal and publish, and it is not it's not exclusive to the Ontario PD. They merely represent the demon-possessed population who are in positions that that I'm addressing. They have no business being in. The demon-possessed that are in law enforcement, okay? And the demon-possessed that are in law enforcement, those are the direct risk that to the liberty of the American citizen who's under surveillance, to the physical safety and overall well-being. They represent the intent to obstruct justice, to intimidate and to harass, to injure, to terrorize, and to, in other words, obstruct justice in every way possible. The entity has engaged in all of the above through the Ontario Police Department, which is only because I've been in the city of Ontario for the longest documenting the pattern of conduct, okay? So that's what I want to show as I leave again from 435 South Bonview, which is Mercy House in Ontario, California. Again, bottom line, the state engaged in rising a sun, a fake sun, that's not the actual sun, rising the sunrise, and then remaining until the middle of the day. And I used the same time where I was at was Ovid Family Community Library at 1:36 p.m. in order for you to see what is a grand picture of what is not the sun under any circumstances at no time of the year, regardless of daylight savings time or not. But even that, I am including it in my documentation. My documentation is in every way reliable. It is in every way that which is capable of being used and referenced by someone else, and that's by virtue of what is being documented, the fake sun. All right, and so you're talking about what is the terminology, what are the rules, if you will, the supposed scientific facts that govern the conduct, the presence, the expectations that surround the alleged sun. And everything that I'm documenting is, it flies in the face of all of that. So this is what is prefacing the criminal activity, but while criminals such as the Ontario Police Department, and again, it's not active. You're talking about the people of the state. This is what Ryder, this is what Amazon Prime, this is what the entity did flying over my head while I'm showing you the video of a fake sun over my head at 1:36 p.m. Flying directly over is establishing the very pattern of conduct that I am alleging. That is the foolish conduct and that's why I'm speaking to and harping on the Ontario Police, because that's exactly what they do. And that's the conduct of the entity as it is caught engaging in what is none other than the very specific P.O.C. that I have alleged. I have alleged it, and I have shown you that's exactly what this is. And it is absolutely impossible that that light source is the actual sun, the sun that we have studied, that we have learned about, that is supposedly some star that would never be present, sunrise and remaining till the middle of the day. While yesterday, when I'm nowhere near this property, and I'm remaining stationary at what is an entirely distinct location address, where the entity is captured earlier in the morning over that distinctly different address. But you have what is keeping that light source in that same position over my head. That's the P.O.C. That's not the sun. And the conduct of those in relevant position is revealing those who are stalking as an entity. And while they engage in that foolish conduct, flying over my head under a fake sun that is clearly not the light source that I captured yesterday, not the light source that is in any way present at the Upland Public Library, which are just different examples, one example after another, of what is stalking with light. That is the impermissible threat. That is, again, the documentation of the people of the state. That is the conduct of the demon-possessed. That's how they act. That's why you were going to restrain such animals with that necessary legislation and with those very severe federal penalties. Okay, it's currently 1:57 p.m. and as you hear, I'm on the Omnitrans bus. And the fake sun remains in the window of the bus. This is P.O.C. All right, this is bus number 2358. Let's see, S33358 L351GO. The entity molesting with directed light while I'm sitting on the bus. This coach is being operated by, they're displaying it, 3145, that's the employee number. Engaged in interstate stalking with the people of the state. License S3, I'm sorry, let me get this menu. That is S333CO and license 8MGA141. That's a demon stalking on the side of the bus, driving by with directed light in order to molest. That's how precise this demonic activity is, by the way. Molesting me with directed light while I'm walking on the bus to get the other third party's license plate. The entity, including this employee, including the company that is Omnitrans, are engaging in the conduct of the perpetual sex offender. I'm being molested with directed light that's flashing on the bus. You hear these Spanish-speaking minions? These are demons who are stalking in the path, okay? And they don't have to say anything while they are engaging in monitoring with the state. The fake sun remains over the bus and that ongoing flashing of directed light while I'm sitting on the bus. Again, this is employee number 3145. That's what the display says. It's a Latino male that's driving the bus. This is bus number 2358, and it is currently 2:03 p.m. All right, molesting with directed light, and this is the employee. This is the demon that's driving the bus, and who was also aware that he's being documented. So want to always bear that in mind. And this is employee who I took a close-up of, 3145. This is a sex offender that's touching me with directed light in concert with the minions that are patrolling around this bus, touching on all over my face. Let me be clear, you can see when I capture videos on the bus, there's like a tent over the bus. Not only is that making it impossible, you're talking about what is not even the sun that's over the bus. And sunlight is not shooting like a laser. The entity is touching all over my face and touching on my body with directed light while these sex offenders are sitting on the bus. And this sex offender is driving the bus. And I caught a close-up picture of him. It's currently 2:38 p.m. I just want to document molestation by Omnitrans, and specifically this employee. It's 2:38 p.m. Alrighty, getting off of the Omnitrans bus at what is the Fontana Metrolink train station at 2:52 p.m. and showing in video documentation and still images the maintenance of the fake sun from the city of Ontario, specifically the property of Mercy House, 435 South Bonview, where the entity engaged in rising a fake sun and maintaining that fake sun into the afternoon. As a matter of video documentation, what is 1:36 p.m. And I'm reminding you about where I'm at, 1:36 p.m., which is sitting in front of the Ovid Family Community Library. And going nowhere near the city of Fontana, but I do have documentation showing the state following from morning time to the city of Fontana, where I'm already present with the fake sun over me at 10:02 in the morning, and yet today, leaving from the city of Ontario in the afternoon, the fake sun is over me en route on this bus that is driven by employee number 3145 with license plate 1545806, who is monitoring with Metrolink under the fake sun. That is a sex offender as well, molesting with directed light. It is 2:53 p.m. That's Metrolink. The same Metrolink company monitoring on the property of 435 South Bonview under the fake sun that remained at that property. This is the actual line where Metrolink maintains a passenger route not the property that abuts 435 South Bonneview. Metrolink riding on that train, riding on those train tracks in addition to Union Pacific for the criminal purpose of activity creation. And let me be clear, even if they were running a passenger line like Metrolink is right now, and all those minions riding that train are monitoring under a fake sun and indirected light, engaged in state surveillance with the company Metrolink, it is still the same P.O.C. But let me be clear, Metrolink and Union Pacific going out of its way to utilize those railroad tracks behind Mercy House to engage in what is terrorism, as using such train will never create what is an earthquake. Never create any trembling in the building of 435 South Bonneview Mercy House or on the sidewalk as I'm standing outside, nor is it the actual sun that is over me while that ongoing criminal activity by Metrolink and Union Pacific, as a matter of documentation, is captured. All right, so I want to be clear, Metrolink and every minion on that train is monitoring with the state that is surrounding under a fake sun that followed en route to what is the city of Fontana. And this is in the afternoon where, again, I'm reminding you not only where I was at yesterday, not only where I'm usually going, which at this time is remaining at the Upper Public Library, but also where the entity is following me to Fontana, where my documentation shows the state is already present with the fake sun at 10 o'clock in the morning. But again, you're looking at what is following with the fake sun, and that's how you have that scientific impossibility. Omnitrans license 1545798, Route 67. It is currently 2:55 p.m. 8BSY 709, 7JPB002, I'm sorry, 7JPD 002, 8WAH 363. That is 7JPB 002, 8NJG284, 8UFL 156, 6EVV 524, 8PFT 816, 91040M2. 7VQM 302, 5HLR 385, 8BNV 982, 7SLY 445, 4MAYU, 4NPE 167, 8CDW 319, 6BPW 918, 72240R1, 8AGK 068, 18509S2, 5BRV 301. It's 2:56 p.m. 5DGP505, that's facilitation by Metrolink, by the way. Light activity, audible activity, amplified audible activity, under what is a fake sun, and the buildup of what are minions who are monitoring you together as a people with the government. 7REK808, 8AHN334, BF 70850, paper, 8EMJ260, 3WLF025, 7BCE 146, 6KPT 827, 7TIV 734, 7YLM 632, 8CRP 135, 6VWM 745, 6YEK 311, 8NHJ 346, 7UXL 170, 8YAJ 777, 6F 15731, 56428 F2, 23412K3, 5SPY049, 6DXT960, 8NTD764, 8PGT624, 6BDT218, like 97166H3 or 37166H3, 8GHZ393, 8WPB423, 7UUP 728, 8DO5542, 36785M2, 95347R2, 6ULD 369. All of them are molesting. All these license plates, all of them together. License 5HDY 721, DIRTY 5 DIRTY S5, 7HCH319, 6JMB433, 71077J3. And by not only is it identification, well, it's a prosecution as a perpetual sex offender, these are all demons, every single last one of them, including a demon driving a bus, a company, 15357071362. That's how you are talking about what is the people of the state. Every single last one of them are part of the same system. It is not just Fontana, California, San Bernardino County, in other words. You're talking about what is the statewide system, and it is a demon-possessed population. All right, and that is the groundwork, that's the framework for what is the prosecution of every single last minion in the state, 19375H2, and they are minions. You have the ongoing phenomenon of what is directed light, and you have seen that in hundreds of videos at the same exact location, walking north of Sierra Avenue. That's exactly what they're doing. One minion after another minion after another minion. The ongoing conduct by a government through the people who are demons, that's demonic what they're doing, 8LJA278. The demonic are going to be prosecuted in the natural as the sex offenders that they are. They're touching with this demonic conduct that they are molesting with. Engineered light, 8SDP261, 7NLR739. You need to understand, as they engage in that, that is the groundwork for what is no exception to that federal prosecution, none. 4WLF879, I believe. You can scratch, I couldn't see that one. 8WLT776. 7GSU922, 8GSE675, 8RVV522, 7T27, 155, 8UTG194, 8GSE6, yeah, I think I read that one. Crossing path at what is the, you hear that? 8510, this is the Fontana pawn shop at 8510 Sierra Avenue, they're monitoring. Directed light is on the ground and the sidewalk, and this is ongoing molestation while demons are driving by. All right, I've already documented that, but I just want to point that out. That's what you're listening to. That's alrighty. It is 3:10, and I'm speaking to what is the ongoing monitoring. This is exactly what they're being prosecuted for: interstate stalking, closing down the Anchor app. This is the host for my podcast. Anchor is created by Spotify. And while they're monitoring, these are demons pacing around under the fake sun. This is engineered light. This is central to what is the monitoring conduct by demons. This is ongoing surveillance and obstruction of justice is what is relevant. 6VUM355. So while they are pacing in traffic, I'm at the intersection of Sierra and Arrow, and as I'm documenting, you have what is closing down the app, and repeatedly so. And this is not my doing. This is, again, what I've documented, the control of the functioning of the phone, interruption with internet operation or access, HNYDSIE 8VCR672. This is interstate stalking by the people of the state that are engaged in surveillance. Manipulation of a communication device while you are stalking and maintaining presence as an on behalf of and in concert with the government. 8HUJ998, 8PBX796, 8YSJ701. And that's exactly what is ongoing while I am walking up the street. And I'm subject to monitoring on an ongoing basis, but I'm going to document the literal conduct that they're engaging in on a communication device, which is in violation of existing federal law. This is the very allegation. This is what they're doing while I am documenting their license plates. 7KPJ017, license 8XOF306. It's the same conduct with regard to the entity stalking, 21841V2, 8ETP729. So while I'm capturing the video, you are looking at the stalking activity. Group stalking is merely being present in the path. They are doing so in the environment. They're engaging in the criminal activity in your face, okay? 7BSS985, 8LY087, I believe, 8SHV053, 53716D2, Victor Valley, now in Fontana, group stalking, license 1544558. That's what they were doing on Euclid Avenue in Upland. License 52194S2. License DN273, handicap, 5PHY642, I believe. And remember, in Upland, when Victor Valley was using that vehicle as a means of group stalking in Upland, California, the fake sun was over me on that day, and the fake sun remained over the Upland Public Library, where I was nowhere near coming to Fontana, from Fontana, going nowhere, no direction, which is the same as yesterday as I remain in Ontario. And the state engaged in rising a fake sun and keeping a fake sun literally on the block of Holt Boulevard and Euclid Avenue, as I didn't go to any other city. I remained on the block, all right, of and that is the state's fake sun that remains at the Ontario Town Square. Going to what is the city of Fontana, remaining over me after rising and remaining over my head at 435 South Bonneview. That is what is central to what is interstate stalking by these demons who are engaging in real-time manipulation of the communication device of one who is documenting the pattern of conduct. That's the impermissible threat. This is ongoing obstruction of justice. 8VLE 795, 7GIR 521, 7JIP 801, 7JTP 801, FZ031 handicap, 7EZJ 063, 8VRW 476, 8POZ 396, 8GQW 726, 5ZWW 491, 8UQE 462, and it's 3:13 p.m. 7GHM 747, Student Transportation of America, under the fake sun in Fontana, 8LGE 392, 8YHS 813, 8RYY 309, 7NUB 962, 8XNU 087. This is a demon who you hear starting their ignition while they're maintaining presence at the curb. All right? They are group stalking 8UQE642. They turned off their vehicle in order to maintain presence stationary at the curb. 8ZDS405. And let me be clear, why are they doing that? They're trying to engage in manipulating my phone again. That's what they're doing. United States Postal Service, you already know about those demons. That's exactly what they are doing. Crossing path vehicle 8203249. That's the federal government engaging in surveillance. License 7VNB 914. License EK681 handicap 6TLW335. BF288B2, 7XVT468, 5KBD 571, 80355A1, 8HHR658, 5ZXB669, 5XVC668, 8SQJ475, 6WCZ013, 6S87388, 8U28723, 7ZKH280, 5LWK797, 5NSS886, 7LBF069, 8UVH 562, 8ATM 121, Fontana Unified School District 1292593, I believe, substantially similar. That's the Fontana Unified School District, a school bus engaging in state surveillance under the fake sun, crossing path at Arrow and Sierra Avenue in Fontana at 3:15 p.m. License 8WVZ113. That's the entity sounding sirens while they're group stalking at the intersection. That's criminal summoning. License 8NTG272, and they do so as I reach for my phone. That's P.O.C. Alrighty, capturing what is criminal summoning, monitoring with them these white-faced demons. They're group stalking while they're standing at the intersection. AJBR 301, they're right under the fake sun while the entity is sounding sirens. That's P.O.C. License plate 7PPW144, 6PER403, and the entity that is stalking using a truck in the middle of the intersection, pacing back and forth, creating light activity. The entity sounding sirens the moment I reach in my pocket for my other phone. They're closely monitoring. They're demons, all right? They do the same thing in the bathroom. That's what you're mindful of. They're violent sex offenders who know what you're doing. License 8HHZ018, license 8RWT490, 8YHT245, 7TXN332, 8KIM068. It's 3:17 p.m. 7UJT446, 1399984, Omnitrans, Route 82. License, that's bus number 1270. License 8J44880. License 8NLG567, 7KOE392, 79277D2. License 8KEP512, 84138E3, 8UMP910, 8CMF045, 8KAH398, 7NVM484, license 8JJV038, 7ZUC329, license 8DLC669, 8BCB810, 50989T1. And here is what the entity was sounding its sirens for, getting ready for, anticipating, engaging in that maniacal rise in conduct. 374 ELV, that's Oregon, because I'm going to capture video right now of what is the fake sun that's over me in the city of Fontana at the intersection of Arrow and Sierra Avenue, where the state is keeping a fake sun over me, where the demons that are the Ontario Police Department are group stalking, engaged in surveillance at the parking garage for the San Bernardino County building, where the state kept that fake sun directly over me at the same position as I documented 8:39 a.m. 48 hours ago. That same intersection yesterday afternoon at this time at 3:18 p.m. And I'm going to show what is the fake sun that's over me in Fontana, which is what the San Bernardino County Fire Department were anticipating as I reached in my pocket. This is indeed why they are manipulating my phone operation, because I'm documenting this. This is P.O.C. It is currently 3:18 p.m. as I'm documenting on my podcast, and the entity is keeping the fake sun directly over my head. This is the light source that remains directly over me at this time 24 hours ago and 48 hours ago. Actually, more than 48 hours ago. 24 hours ago, the fake sun is directly over my head, while the demons of the Ontario Police Department, which is in no way over the intersection of Sierra Avenue and Arrow Boulevard in the city of Fontana. It's not the same sky space, it's not coexisting, but you have this ongoing pattern of being directly over my head. At the same time, the Ontario police are group stalking, engaging in a terrorizing threat, monitoring, pursuant to criminal summoning, just like you hear San Bernardino Fire Department today under the fake sun in Fontana, while they are crossing path, monitoring my documentation. That is the grounds of federal prison, doing so in this specific environment. And again, you have what is the day before yesterday at 8:39 a.m. That same intersection is where I was located yesterday at this same time in the city of Ontario, and this is showing that fake sun is over me, following to what is the Fontana Lewis Library, where it is not already present, contrary to what I documented already at 10:02 in the morning, which I also am constantly using as a means of comparison with what is group stalking in the city of Upland. It is currently, again, 3:19 p.m. This is the city of Fontana, where federal group stalking and monitoring, demonic terrorism, and the perpetual sex offender is engaging in that pattern of conduct as I am documenting it. This is federal prison for the Ontario police as I'm documenting them in the city of Ontario. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, and as you hear, I'm capturing video, and this is why the entity is engaging and manipulating my phone, engaging in obstruction of justice. That's exactly why the demons that are at San Bernardino Fire Department, San Bernardino County Fire Department, are at the moment I reach into my pocket, which are hovering demons who are paying very close attention to you, whether they're looking at you or not. This is Satan that you're dealing with, and Satan is present while it's over the intersection under what is the guise of not even a plausible guise anymore. That's not the sun. And as I capture video of what is the fake sun that's over me in Fontana, following from what is remaining over the property of Mercy House at 435 South Bonneview, nowhere even near possibly or coexisting or any migration is going to exist with regard to being over the intersection of Transit and Lemon. 5DRT744 is the same entity group stalking with the Ontario police that I'm documenting. 7JLA114, 8RTH010, the same entity that is a violent sex offender, stalking as one. That's why the fake sun is over me in Fontana. That is not the light source that would ever be present at the same time over the same sky space. It is not existing. This is maintenance of a light source, just as I thoroughly documented today at Mercy House. That's exactly what I showed. The entity rising a fake sun, never advancing westward to go to be over the roof of the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. And why? Because I left from the museum and walked east to what is the Ontario Access Center, Mercy House. And that's why I remained, and that's why a fake sun remained there. All right, that is speaking to what is criminal summoning. As you hear, San Bernardino County Fire Department, this is specifically the John Roberts Fire Station. In doing so, that's criminal summoning. That is the grounds of federal prison. They're monitoring documentation. The city of Fontana is only distinct insofar as it is a venue with regard to what is understanding the ongoing stalking by a government. 8WXF228. It is the same exact entity. I have isolated the venues, isolated the P.O.C. at a particular venue, mostly because you're talking about being a human being, and you're talking about what is also understanding what is the ability to create what is a framework for prosecuting a government that's placing you under surveillance. And it is that which you are building bit by bit. And then you see what is the big picture. So as I go from place to place, you are seeing what is not changing with regard to the identity of the stalker. It is the government that is everywhere. The government is everywhere by virtue of what is an impossible environment. The government is present everywhere, engaging in surveillance with the people of the state. That impossible environment is revealing what is the demon possession and the presence of Satan itself. This is not only criminal surveillance, it is entirely demonic. That's how I am capable of capturing and showing what is very real with regard to relevance to your everyday life, the reality of the demon-possessed population who are placing you under surveillance as well. Because while I'm showing you the fake sun, that is not possibly the sun over me, at the same property where I woke up in the morning, that's relevant to what I documented at 3:18 in the afternoon yesterday in Ontario, where the Ontario police are group stalking and posing an impermissible threat. You're talking about what is the fake sun that is over me in the city of Fontana at the same time. That's ongoing analysis showing what is wrong with the Ontario police, which is a bigger picture with regard to what is wrong with a population while they are engaging in criminal conduct. What's wrong with them while they're engaging in criminal conduct is relevant to what is prosecution for terrorism. All right, they are representing the government. And so I want to be clear, that is speaking to what is the big picture when you're prosecuting a government and showing how while you're isolating the P.O.C., the big picture is that the P.O.C. is occurring everywhere. That environment impossibly is present everywhere. That impossibility is ongoing because it is the supernatural. All right, it is the demonic. which is relevant in a federal court of law. It's the criminal activity of a government, and that government happens to be revealed on the world stage as what is engaging in a satanic targeting system. And that is directly relevant in a federal court of law. It's 3:23 p.m. This is Fontana Lewis Library, where the fake sun is remaining over and arriving as I arrive, not already present as a matter of what would be the light source, as I've already documented, at 10:02 in the morning. No, it's arriving as I arrive, just as you see in that video at 3:18 p.m. Not maintaining presence all day long at the intersection of Arrow and Sierra, which would be implausible based on documentation. This is why you document, okay? So like I said, it's currently 3:23 p.m. That's a demon in the background pushing a trash can, stalking in the path. That's how they engage in the elements of monitoring. This is P.O.C. It's 3:23 p.m. WMG 081 molesting. I'm at the intersection of Sierra Avenue and Ceres Avenue in Fontana. It's 8:41 p.m. BR63N56 with a paper plate, stalking in the path at the Fontana Metrolink train station with their hazard lights on. The same exact thing that Omnitrans is doing. Surrounding in relevant position, these demons are at the train station pacing all around. They're all walking around in what is engineered light. This is surveillance that you're under, that I'm subject to, and you're understanding the pattern of conduct is just maintenance of presence on behalf of the state. Standing around at the train station, sitting around in their vehicles, using their hazard lights, or sitting around with their headlights on, driving by, which is traffic, the use of the train, Metrolink, which is amplified audible activity. That license plate is just representing what are the people of the state who are engaging in surveillance at the Fontana Metrolink train station. And this minion engaging in what is surveillance, parking at what is Village at Sierra. As I start moving, they move their vehicle to the opposite side of the street, meaning closer to the side where I'm on, and they turn their hazards on. And you have another minion that just hops in the car. It is currently 9:16 p.m. and this is bus number 1329. The driver is remaining in alignment with where I'm sitting at the train station. And this is route number 61, license plate 1404973, stalking in the path with light activity. Omnitrans is engaged in state surveillance, and this is the P.O.C. And this is route 66. The entity is stalking in the sky space, hovering over the apartment complex, which are adjacent to the Fontana Metrolink train station. Route 66 license plate is 1545811. I have another one coming across path. Bus number 1301, route 19, license 1479509, molesting. P.O.C. 8HGR366. WXJ527. All right, getting off Omnitrans at 10:15 p.m. That is license 1404973, bus 1329. Employee number 3528. And I have arrived back in Ontario. And this is the ongoing pattern of conduct I remain subject to. So from Fontana back to Ontario, it's 10:15 p.m.